Countdown going. Sweet. That's the shortened countdown. I need to change that. Oops. I had stream issues last night. My computer done an update, and it changed which audio devices it was using. And I started streaming, and I was like, oh, it's come out the wrong thing.
Huh.
That's not ideal.
Not ideal at all.
There we go. There we go. Oh, share this all over the places.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Kiki, you in chat? Question mark. All right, cool. GameCatcher, you want to check your levels here?
Yeah, sure. What do you want me to say? I mean, I can talk all day if you really want, but checking my levels, yeah, I'm just gonna keep talking until we get the okay on how these levels are sounding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's definitely
She
yes,
said
great.
Good. That's what we're here for, right there.
Right.
That's what we're here for. Good is the answer. Good.
Yeah.
All right. Let me get some more. Share the screen.
Baby's too far away.
I'm quieter than her, you say. Okay. I mean, I'll probably be louder depending on the character, but if let me know, Kiki, I can either turn. I'd probably turn the game volume down and turn her down slightly too, because I don't want to turn myself up anymore, else I'll end up blowing out the mic whenever I do.
Yeah, that's always an issue.
Yelling.
Yeah.
Like
I have to worry about that myself a lot.
Yeah. My Phoenix Wright voice is quite loud.
I bet he's a very shouty boy.
Well, I use if you remember in the Final Order videos we did, I was using almost like a Kronk voice. I'm doing the same thing.
Kronk for Phoenix Wright?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Natasha, what is up, my friend? How are you?
Oh gosh, hello.
It's pretty wild. Everyone's like, why are you this for? I was like, it's just funny.
I might literally die. just letting you know ahead of time. I might physically pass, cease, desist.
Well, you're welcome. I'm gonna do what I can. Oh god. Yeah, it's been a wild ride. You ought to hear. I'm sure. I guess you haven't watched the earlier episodes, but
I haven't had the chance to. It's been real busy over here. We've been putting in countertops.
It was soft. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna turn the game volume down slightly because, well, I guess Kiki, how's the game volume in comparison? Do I need to turn it down slightly? can turn her down slightly, and everything should be fine. I'm not talking real loud yet. I'm not, we'll see.
Yeah, because I'm like looking at things and it looks like your volume is about where it needs to be per your recording situation.
Right. And then, let's see, desktop is what you're on, it's desktop audio.
Woohoo!
So I had you down at, try to turn the game down. Okay, I'm gonna turn the game volume down to here, and then put her back where she was.
Wow.
Okay. All right, try again.
Are you like try again with me speaking, or?
Well, that's fine. Just let Kiki see what the difference
how
is.
all the volume sounds.
Because the thing is, like, with the Kronk voice, I literally swing my mic away from me because I'm basically just yelling the whole time. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. Hey, Foxy Fox. Are you like a... No, wait, not Foxy Fox. Natasha, are you like a zookeeper or like a veterinarian? Because...
Oh, she has her own personal zoo. She's got so many animals.
Oh, really?
So many animals.
That's fascinating. I wanted to be a zookeeper when I was little, specifically because of Harvest Moon and Zoo Tycoon.
Yeah, she's got like rats and just a whole ton of animals.
I love that. It's awesome.
Every stream's like, yep, gotta go feed the animals again. Anik, what's up? Welcome to stream. Oh boy. Let's see. I think I've shared mostly into these. Sweet.
I mean, rats are hungry boys.
Always feeding never stops. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. They gotta eat up to like their own body weight, right?
Already talking more than I know. Both leveled. Good. Pixel, what's up, my man? What is? Now you got a full house today. Good. Everybody's excited for some more Phoenix Wright. Love to see it.
I've got your screen share up, and I keep looking at it, and I'm like, I should clear those notifications, and it's like, wait, that's not my notification.
Oh yeah. Which notifications are you talking about?
The very far lower right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I should check those.
Oh,
no, I should.
These right here.
Yeah.
All right, good to know. Good to know. We've not even noticed
it. It gives you a good idea about how much of your screen I can see.
The whole screen. You're right. Yeah, I shared the whole screen. That way, if I made anything on it, you can also see it too.
Super valid.
Sweet. What's up, Hosh? What are you doing, buddy? You wait till stream to start to walk just right in front of me, huh? See how it is.
Naturally.
I see how it is.
He's like, everyone must see my butt. This is cat logic.
So what the line can you just lift you up in the air to the camera?
What are you doing, buddy?
Hey, baby. Did you hear me say cat and thought I was talking to you?
Let's see. I'm actually gonna move. Can I move this up in the order here? I think I can, right?
Maybe.
How do I like? I don't want to hide it. I just want to move it to where I've got the desktop audio is lower, like in the order.
Huh.
Vertical layout maybe.
Maybe.
That's not what I want. Actually, that's acceptable. that's
That's okay.
I don't know. I don't like that at all. That's terrible. I don't know, man.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, if you've watched the Lost Order, the final order of Lost Knights, she did several voices for that as well.
Yeah, just sort of stepped in and was like, "Hello there."
Yeah. You also did an episode of Hour in the Darkness too. That one standoff, standalone episode. Mm-hmm.
Ah, yeah, that was a while back.
Yeah.
No, why? Oh,
geez.
hello, Red.
Yeah. It's the final countdown.
The final countdown. Also, your nephew is extremely rude, and I'm so sorry.
there you go. You have the opportunity now. She does a
Thank
great job. And that's
you.
why I waited forever to like. I must get you on for this episode for voices because you're the only person that can do this.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
All right, let's roll in the stream intro video.
Is this the one with Matt Damon?
Get it started.
You know every actor isn't Matt Damon, right?
Starting.
Welcome to the cinema. No mobile phones. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
The show. What's up? It's me. It's your guy. It's your boy. It's Alec with special guest, TheGameCatcher.
Hey, howdy, hey! That is not my intro. I used to have a YouTube channel, you know. I used to do intros.
Yeah. Hi, howdy, hey. That's the intro. All right. That's the one.
That's the intro I used to do. No, it's not. It's been like years.
I'm trying to remember. I don't even know if I remember your intro, other than just being like, "Hi, it's
Hello,
the game."
hello, hello.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I did myself a little RuPaul there.
Yeah. There you go. All right. If I can position this, I think I can see all my levels now. If I position this just right. Okay. All right. If anybody, if the levels, if any of the audio sounds wonky, let me know. This is a different setup than I normally do because we have a guest today. Hell
Hey.
yeah. Oh, doing some Phoenix Wright. We're on the last chapter. It is the Rise from the Ashes chapter. And there's like 3 new female characters, and I'm tapped out on a female bird. Did you just redeem no cursing? All right, Pixel. Let's see how it is. Okay. Let me think. I guess I have this little countdown thing. I guess we use this for the timer for the no cursing.
Oh, I have to censor myself. Oh no.
Yeah, I know, right?
What a terror.
We're gonna be reading lines from a thing that doesn't curse, so like it'll be we'll be okay. But thanks, Pixel. Appreciate it. Good start to the stream. Love to see it.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, the final chapter is called what did I say it is? Rise from the Ashes?
Yes.
Rise from the
It's,
Ashes.
Phoenixy. Very on brand.
Oh right, very Phoenix. I believe this was not in the original game. It was added to the 3DS version or something.
Possibly. I do remember playing it myself on 3DS, and so question marks?
I think so. But anyway, like so, we're on that. There are new female voices. I'm tapped out because I can't. Believe it or not, my voice is not feminine. I'm not feminine voice at all.
Mhm.
I tried.
It's very difficult to get into that higher register.
Well, there's always there's like I can soften the voice, but it's still not feminine, or I can go falsetto, and no one likes that. Let's be real, it's pretty bad. It's high pitched, but it's Mickey Mouse. Okay, let's be very clear.
Fair enough.
I'm telling you, it's up there. I've done it before, and you know let's not start the stream with that.
Oh boy.
Anyway. Alright, without further ado, I'm going to hit continue, and we'll hit the opening cutscene and see what this new case is all about. Yeah, let's do... Yes, let's load. I'm going to turn off all my overlay stuff and let it play. Oh my god, there's so much stuff to turn off now. Oh god. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me get set back up real quick. Sorry. There's so much stuff now on the screen I'm trying to get. All right, timer's still going. We're good on that. Cat cam, Discord. Okay, sweet.
All right.
Phoenix Wright voice. Here we.
I want to see this. Oh, technically I won't be able to see sound waves, but I will love to hear this.
swing my mic way over here to be away from me. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. Yeah. February 22nd, 10:02 a.m., Wright and Company Law Offices. Did I kill you? You okay over there?
No, you're good. You're good. It was very Kronk. I love it.
You know, that's what we're here for. Why do I come here to office every day? It's not like I want to work. I believe this is you, I think.
There you are. Finally. Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow, and I'm your assistant replacement this episode.
Who are you?
Don't you realize my appearance is uncanny? It doesn't matter who I am, it only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney, Mia Fey. I know how gender works.
I mean...
Oh, my goodness. Oh, you're not Mia Fey, are you? I just remembered, I definitely saw an obituary somewhere.
I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer, works here. And she's dead. Very dead.
Ah, I see. So, you are the coffee boy?
I'm Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney.
Yeah, right, okay. Right. Wait! You're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case?
Yes, that's correct. It wasn't Edgeworth who was, murdered, though, but, essentially, correct. That's fine.
It's whatever made the headlines. That's a relief, then. You're better than nobody.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now.
But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney?
Look, I'm not accepting new cases. I'm sorry, but you'll have to try elsewhere.
Please, I'm out of time. And you're not taking any cases, so this is perfect, right?
But, I just said none. Not so much.
Please, you have to help. It's my sister. Like
Where have I heard
resemblance
this
is
before,
uncanny.
huh? Maya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out.
Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator.
Scientific, investigator? I don't even know what that means. Emma, was it? You're a scientific investigator, huh?
Yes, that's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's just, you seem kind of, jumpy, or maybe just... You're young, you're a little girl. What's the deal?
I'm young? I'll be 16 years old this year. That means I'm an adult.
Alright, everyone, stop fapping. She's underage. Guys, chill out. Put it down. You gotta... No. I'll even do the... Where's the... No one did this. I'll have to do it myself. Where is it? gonna take me 6 minutes to find it, but I'm gonna find it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We're almost there.
Put it in with my dick.
That's the Kiki. That's the wrong one.
Puts my dick in.
It's not that one.
I'm gonna put my dick in.
It's the wrong assistant and it's the wrong age.
This one. That one. That's what we're going for.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, wait, only 16? Again, not legal. Not legal.
I know, I look much older than that. I'm set to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known. At my age, no less. Did you know I was in Gifted and Talented?
I'm sure you will. So what exactly is your current position then?
Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. I'm taking college concurrently.
Oh my god. Guys, I'm telling you, put it down now.
But I'm ready to do my job. At my age, no less. I have to repeat this so you understand how smart I am. For my age, no less.
Great. Another future professional in training. Great. So, what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow?
My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't.
That's so specific. Oh, but perhaps with a screwdriver. So, it's a murder case.
I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it.
This is not looking good.
I know it's not looking good, but I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact.
And, there's a witness.
Just talk to her. You have to talk to her.
Okay. Right, I suppose I will.
Good. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but... I mean...
That's interesting. How would she know me?
No matter how few cases you've won, you still are undefeated, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know. So, you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then, huh?
Excuse me?
Oh boy.
I'm not a child, I'll have you know.
Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one.
I believe investigations should be done scientifically, at my age no less. Don't you?
Yeah, sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm.
If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared.
Your sister?
Yes, I've said this several times. How have you not gotten it? I know I've been doing research, you know.
Was she the one that did the murder?
I'm developing a new scientific method of case investigation.
Let me guess. Is it fuck around and find out? That's my method.
You know, it just might be, but it's good enough for a capstone. I'll show you when I'm done.
I'm looking forward to it. And eventually. Guess I should get down to the detention center and talk to her sister, who's hopefully legal.
Hopefully. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school.
So she is legal, confirmed. Good.
Hashtag confirmed.
So they went to the same school, huh? I am, in fact, a great detective.
Mm-hmm. I only really saw her photo in like a really old, blurry kind of like yearbook, scrapbook sort of deal, which is why I got very confused when I saw you with your spiky hair. She had a punk face, you know. She always told me to go to Mia if I ever needed a defense attorney. And, well, I need one.
Incidentally, Mia is a woman, which I am not. The beard kind of, very clear.
Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's, but I don't assume anything because that's not scientific.
Professor Oak, are you a boy or a girl?
Yeah.
Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Huh?
Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, kind of hate her.
Huh?
Sisters, you know. But she's my only family.
Your only family. What about your parents? I mean, you had to be born, right?
They died in a car crash 7 years ago.
You're not even wrong.
They died in a car accident when I was little.
Wow. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Your tragic backstory, it all lines up. It all checks out. Got it.
It makes sense.
Good. Good.
I don't know
Alright,
what
to
happened.
the,
There was like a red car and there was like a woman asleep at the wheel.
Very typical stuff. Very typical backstory. Love it. 22nd Detention Center Visitors Room. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived.
Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors.
Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister.
No excuses. Or did you not want a raise this year,
Understood, ma'am. What was that all about?
Hi, Lana.
She like an admiral? What is happening right now?
She really does look like very lelouch.
Yeah,
right
they
now.
call me the Commodore.
Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing. Look. I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow, and you still don't have a defense attorney. That's like illegal or something. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Hey, how do you know my name? Do I have a name tag on, or what's going on? Am I being pranked, guys?
Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit.
I'm sorry, all good things, I'm sure. I mean, what exactly is it that you do, Miss, Commodore, ma'am?
My name is Lana. Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for this district.
Excuse me?
I said I'm the chief prosecutor for this district.
Is that why
So
you're
you can
dressed like that? What is happening?
Yeah, no. Every prosecutor dresses like this. What do you...
I mean,
Is this
Edgeworth is
weird?
one
What?
thing, but, I mean, he doesn't wear, like, a military uniform. Even Von, Karma or whatever was like, anyway. You're a prosecutor! More like a cuter, am I right? Anyway, continuing on. At least you're legal. Let's go. Oh my god, it just got really... Alright, I'm scared. 2 sisters! One's a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence?
The parallels are uncanny, aren't they?
Right. Sisters, lawyer, it's all coming together. Emma, Lana, I mean, they're just like.
We're going to spell this out for you so it's incredibly obvious.
Yeah, right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Is something wrong, right? Alright, dude, come on now. The puns with his last name just keep coming.
They never stop.
It's so good.
There's something you should know from the start.
Which is?
The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime.
That's you, right? Huh?
Would it be anyone else? Wait! But the suspect... The suspect is... Me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright?
Well, open and shut case to me. Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened?
The crime took place yesterday, February 21st, at 5:15 p.m.
That's quite specific. Also,
I know,
very
it's
soon,
because I
like
did it.
yesterday.
It was in the witness's deposition.
Which I haven't read yet because I came here first, apparently.
Well, that's your mistake. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime.
I'm a professional. Oh my, that was a bit of bad luck, wasn't it?
The crime took place in the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car.
The prosecutor's office, huh? I'm guessing that's where you work because you're a prosecutor? See, I got it. In your subordinate's car trunk, you said. It's classy.
I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were.
You got blood on your hands, or like... Well, that's just great. How am I supposed to win this case anyway?
If that's a veiled
You're not,
criticism
that's the point.
about me, I won't hear it, and I won't respond to it.
Ninja, what is up, my man? How are you today, sir? So, who was the victim?
An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Not our favorite gumshoe.
Not me.
Death... That would be real awful.
Right?
Death was due to a loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach.
By you? Like, you stabbed this man? I'm a little worried.
Yes.
Guard? Help?
There's glass between us, you're fine. For now. Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal.
I see.
Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you?
Uh-oh.
What, Mr. Wright? What does it mean?
Your sister killed a man. I mean, what else do you want me to say here? She admitted to it.
But she didn't do it!
Well, it means,
The police department will consider it a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means at their disposal to do so.
That's literally every case. Every case they're like, the prosecutor's gonna throw everything they can at you. Like,
They just like to up the ante every time, you know?
Oh yeah, it's always an unwinnable case every time.
And yet, Phoenix Wright strikes again.
Rises as it were. This
Hey.
case gets worse and worse with everything I learned.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ninja. There's a reason why I finished this game like, what, 4 weeks later or something? Because I was like, I need to have help with voices, and she's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had a car accident.
I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious. So, you're the chief prosecutor?
That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in this district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities, in a nutshell.
That's an awfully large nutshell. It probably contains, like, 2 nuts.
You might even say my brass balls. Still, I'm a little surprised.
One might say it indeed.
I would think you'd recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. All things considered.
I've only met, like, 2 people, and I've worked here for, like, a month, so I don't know what to tell you. Huh?
In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm definitely going the Kronk Petrol place. It's something. It's something.
It's so fun. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. I stabbed him by holding the knife with the blade with my hand. Clear. Yes, that is what happened.
I was fully expecting like oh yeah, he fought back when I killed him, and this is my defensive wounds or whatever. Like, oh god, you know, like, oh shit.
No, she's just a terrible liar.
Yeah.
Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose.
How am I supposed to defend this, huh? This is weird, dude. Time to change the subject to something a little less case-ruining, perhaps. Wait.
Yeah, you know where the cameras are?
She was in the class ahead of Mia, wasn't she? I remembered that fact. They went to the same school.
Yeah, I saw her picture in the yearbook. You know, when she was in her punk phase.
Ah. You were in school with Mia, correct? Why, yes, I do know your backstory. I'm basically a detective. A few years above her, perhaps?
Emma told you that too, did she? Well, why not? I did drag him all the way here from his office.
And I'm over here like, dude, don't blow up my spot, yo. I was just trying to be smart. God.
Although it seems he has very little in common with Mia. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Wright.
I am a male, so that was the first confusing thing. But we got that out of the way. You know, Mia's a female, I'm a male, so that there are little. Yeah, okay. Hi.
Honestly, how did you miss that?
Hi. Hey.
It was in law school. I was in my 3rd year, and she was auditing the class. She was different than the other students.
Super
I don't know
hot.
why they let
I
a freshman.
remember. Super hot.
Bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Different, you say? How so?
She was strong. She'd do anything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me.
I am into it.
Just imagine, like,
excuse me. It's like, yes, tell me more, please. Tell me all about college. Let's screw the murder. Bigger fish to fry here.
I ship it. Intellectually attracted, Lana was top of her class in school. We're not allowed to have female-on-female romance in a Japanese video game that's, rated for everyone. That would be illegal.
Would you say she was a demisexual?
Possibly. I was the best there was.
Alright, Ash Ketchum, chill out.
Not to toot my own horn, but...
You're catching Pokemon or what?
I'm doing pretty good in school too, by the way. At my age, no less.
Yeah, little girl, you're 16. We're not doing this.
She is a baby.
It sounds a bit different when Emma says it, because she's literally a child. She just got her driver's license. Like, what the hell?
And I passed it on the first try.
Wow.
Well, Mr. Wright.
As my dad always says, you don't have to be smart at your driver's license. Excuse me? Well, I was in my head about something else you said that I won't repeat, but what are you asking me about now? I missed it.
As you can plainly see, I'm admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say there's no way you can take this case. None.
Is that a challenge?
Yes, in fact. But Lana! Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself.
So, your sister's going to jail for stabbing someone, and you're saying, why are you doing this to me? Anyway,
Yes.
let's continue.
Gasp.
Alright.
I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So how can you say that you did? Well, easily, in fact.
Yeah.
If I lose you, I'll be all alone.
Selfish.
I hate you, Lana.
Literally a child. Guard, get her out of here.
Poor baby. Small baby.
Wow. Okay.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, I'm here too. Yes. Yes.
I believe our discussion here is ended. The rest, I leave to you.
Okay, probably for the best. I'll be going now. You mean you're... Oh, wait, whoa. You're requesting my services as your defense now? I thought we just said you... No chance. Like, did you just flip-flop?
Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over.
You know what they say, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty.
Hey,
Right. I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this.
well
Okay.
then.
Good talk. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes, but basically so did Edgeworth in the last case, so like, you know. But
I feel
something
like this is
here
a trend.
doesn't fit. She did cut her hand after all, so there's more to this puzzle. It's that look in Emma's eyes. Those small child eyes.
It reminds me of someone.
There's something else going on here. And I'm gonna find out what it is. I am. Basically a detective, but still not. Defense attorney is what I am. Not a detective at all. Anyway.
Woo. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
About what?
My sister, she's not always like that, you know.
Yeah? She's not like the Commodore? I just, never expect to be defending another prosecutor again after the last case. Literally the most recent case I did.
She's changed a lot. She used to be so gentle, always smiling. Everybody liked her.
Emma, it's called growing up. You'll learn about it one day.
What?
I see.
My age?
But I'm having trouble imagining that. Maybe a picture of her smiling would be... I mean, anyway, continuing on. What happened to her? Did she grow up?
I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... Well, maybe not.
Sounds like there's something there that defies a simple scientific explanation. Imagine that. Let's go check out this underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office, shall we? I don't believe those exist.
Wait, what's the acronym for that? UNDLP, something like that. OUSs? I don't believe they exist. Okay.
Okay, let's see. Sorry, I want to get my guide up, my little walkthrough, just to make sure we're on track.
Mm-hmm.
Of course we are. All right, let's go to the underground parking lot. Sure, game.
Dun-dun-dun.
Imagine parking underground.
UPLs? How could
Wild.
they exist?
Wild. So, this is where all the action happened, huh?
Looks looks like they're still investigating.
Good thing I'm an attorney. I mean, you know, a detective. Sure.
Yeah, and they definitely will let you through past the barrier
Right.
tape.
To go
You're
just
not gonna
grab
mess
some,
up the crime scene at all.
go grab some evidence or whatever. Funny
Yeah,
that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this, in this weird underground labyrinth of vehicles.
It's strange you never went to visit Edgeworth, but hey everyone, keep up the good work.
So sorry, she's a child. Don't mind her. I told her we're going on a field trip. Just. Hey, what are you thinking?
I'm just being polite. Well, they are going to be my coworkers 3 years from now, after all. I might as well introduce myself now.
I'm very concerned. Are you? You're a scientific investigator. Oh, okay, so you're okay. Crime scene. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going into forensics.
That could have been the word you used earlier, but you sure didn't use that word. You said scientific investigator or whatever.
Yeah. No, scientific investigator, but that sounds so much cooler, right?
They are words. They are words.
Yeah. They accurately describe what I am.
Actually, there is harm in saying hello. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. The first realization I've had of this the entire game.
Right?
Oh, I shouldn't be here? Imagine that.
And isn't this like the third game in the series?
This is the first game.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is the first game?
Mhm.
Oh.
It's the
Ah.
5th chapter of the first game. Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense.
Right. I'm trying to not stand out too much here, you see, although my voice is quite booming. I'm gonna say this is a detective. I don't know which one yet. I'm just gonna say normal voice. Hey there, oh, it's the. Hey there, you
Oh.
expecting to go unnoticed around here, partner?
But partner? What?
The pardoner.
Pardonaire.
Pardoner. What do we have here? Looks like a Bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep them doggies tied down, partner.
I'm not a dog. Mr. Marshall.
Am I just actively shaving right now? I'm just casually shaving.
Your beard hair grows so fast. You have to shave it every 5 minutes or else it'll go out of control.
Oh, it's Chuck Norris. I didn't realize
Yeah,
it's Walker
there
Taylor.
you go.
Okay, got it. Everything makes sense now.
Yeah.
Marshall looks more like a sheriff to me because I definitely know the difference.
Look at that jawline.
Right? It's a line that is well drawn. Look here, Bambina. I know how you feel. But, this is my gang's gold strike, see?
The strike?
This is our claim, our territory, with a mother load of evidence. I'd be like, if you're fixing to mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You
I'm
know
sorry,
what dreams the cacti out in the desert dream? You want to know? The fuck is this guy talking about?
I just can't take my eyes off the knife in his hands. You know, the very suspicious knife in his hand.
It's the murder weapon! He's shaving with a murder weapon! Oh, this old thing?
You know, I think that's contamination.
You had a long home now. Happy trails, Bambina.
What?
That was the strangest interaction with any human I've ever had, and my friend is Larry Butts, okay? I just want to put that out there. Larry Butts, that guy was weirder. All right, let's go. Was that a hombre? A friend of yours?
Kind of. Sort of. Yeah, he's a detective. And my coworker 3 years from now.
Who thinks he's a sheriff from the Wild West, it seems. Even had spurs. What motherfucker wears spurs?
I don't know, what motherfucker calls me Bambina? So demeaning.
Because you're a child! Oh god, I have to examine things now? Great.
Yeah, you have to do the main part of the game.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Right. Can't wait to read descriptions of the door!
Look, a door! This must mean something.
What's the
God, it's a door!
What's the Halo 1 quote? This cave is not a natural formation. Someone built it, which means it must lead somewhere. It's like, fucking thanks, Cortana!
Thank you so much.
It's a metal cave! Like, I'm not sure that doors mean anything. They're doors.
I gasp. No, it won't open. A mysterious lock.
I fail to see what's so mysterious about it.
It's scientifically
I'm at a loss.
improbable. Mr. Wright, you need to enjoy to learn life. You need to enjoy to learn life more? Yes, that's exactly what the line is.
Well, you see, child, when you're grown up and life beats you down every single day.
Well, could you beat down this door?
I'd probably hurt my leg or something. I'm an attorney,
you remind me
not
with your
at
arm.
all a bodybuilder.
Huh. You sound like a bodybuilder.
My legs don't work. Anyway. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? Oh,
Alright, so we pick the door.
Is this another door? No.
This is where the cars leave the lot.
Ah, yes, the magical portal that transports into this underground labyrinth. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance.
What are you talking about? It's plainly an exit. It even
Folks,
has a sign above it.
This is the dialogue we came here for. This is what we came here for, is this level
Riveting.
of writing. Just... Well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose, kind of an in and out, you know what I mean?
I love those burgers. Aha! The theory of relativity. That's exactly what this is.
What the? Now you're saying shit to sound smart. What the?
What, at my age, no less?
What are you talking about?
I've got to write this down. Ah, hey, Mr. Wright.
No.
Mr. Wright. Maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German? Or was he British?
Mr. Relativity?
Yes, Mr. Relativity. I gotta write this down. History was not my best subject. I'm just gonna say that outright.
What was it, Einstein or whatever? Like, what? Mr. Relativity? Are you sure that was his name? I mean, my name's Phoenix Wright, which is weird enough, but Mr. Relativity's preposterous.
Well, every theorem gets named after a famous scientist, you know.
Right. What is this? What's this? A wallet? See if it's got any money in it. Excuse me, officer. I found a wallet on the ground and there was no money in it when I found it.
Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright?
I'm doing the right thing.
Oh, just because it's in your name?
What am I doing? I just found this wallet on the ground over here, so I'm handing it over to the police.
I don't believe it.
Why? I gave you empirical evidence I'm doing just this thing. Why would you not believe it?
This is real basic. Anything at a crime scene is evidence.
Which is why I'm giving it to the police.
Is why we should keep it for ourselves.
To bring up in court later as inadmissible evidence because it wasn't in the... Anyway.
Let's be scientific about this, please. Just put it in your pocket for now. There's no way this can bite us in the ass later.
How is that scientific? Sounds more like theft to me, child. Wallet hastily stuffed into pocket. There seems to be something inside. Imagine investigating what's inside the wallet.
Oh my gosh. I'm called
Oh
to
my
duty
God.
already. And at my tender age.
Oh
No
my
less.
God. No less. At my age, no less.
She has a tagline. Here, I'll teach you the trick to examining evidence in detail, okay? It always has to go in your pocket first. You always have to contaminate it with your fingerprints first. Make sure they're extra greasy.
She's gonna be like, first of all, press the star button to examine the... Like,
Yeah.
oh, game. Shoehorning in mechanics. Let's go. By the way, her R's are... R's? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Like the game's wanting to tell me this.
Okay now. Look at the court record.
Okay. Oh, Jesus.
You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Put your fingerprints everywhere. Now, let's start examining from every angle. Oh, look. I think there might be a clue here.
Can you just let me look at it? I was dying to look at it.
No, I have to be like, wait, there's more.
But
You
wait.
should check it out with the press of the X button.
Did you not? Did I pushed it. Did you not mean? Okay.
You know, we could have made an entire game with these mechanics, but instead we shoehorned it in for the last episode of the first game.
Yeah, they're like, hey, DLC? Oh, no, we're just gonna re-release with a special thing. This is it's an ID card of a sharp-dressed man. Sergeant Bruce Goodman. ID a bunch of numbers no one gives a shit about.
Police department, eh? See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful?
I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it.
Glasses, glasses.
Science. Whatever that is. Goodman's ID out of the court record. Lovely!
Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. Look at the court record. Examine the ID from all sides.
Yeah, right. I guess I've got to be on my toes from now on, as opposed to the bottoms of my feet. Which would be way more practical.
What's stuck to the bottom of your shoe?
Oh, tell me there's more ladder jokes. Please, God, tell me there's more ladder jokes. All the stepladder jokes from the Steel Samurai episode. Jesus.
Oh my gosh. Bless. Aha! A ladder!
Ah. It's the same joke! It's the same joke! But like in reverse. So I think last time Phoenix said it's a ladder and she said it's a I don't know, something, but... Oh! No, I think this is exactly the same. It
might be.
That's a
I
step
love
ladder.
their callbacks.
That's a step ladder. You never
Where
do
are
his real
its
father.
step-parents? Oh no. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. I only had one family and they died 7 years ago in a car crash.
Scientific, huh? Well, it's when a mom and a dad really love each other and then they die horrifically in a car crash. You get a step ladder.
What? Look at the basic nature of things, Mr. Wright.
That's what I'm saying. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow.
The resemblance is uncanny.
There's a trophy that I did not get from that episode to get all the dialogue about the ladder, and I did not get it. 'Cause I didn't know you could do that. But there's like multiple times you can talk about it and get multiple different lines of dialogue, and I did not know until after the fact.
That's wild.
Ah, this game. Oh god, let's examine this then.
This wall is in our way.
We go around it.
Let's beat it down.
It's got a faucet for water.
Oh my gosh. Wait, I know. This wall is merely a facade, hiding the truth. This is no wall, but a water tank.
I fail to see how it makes any difference either way.
I've determined this with a scientific method.
Who cares? There's a phone here, though.
Here, a phone. Let's see if it works.
Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I swear,
But the
you are
fingerprint.
literally a child.
I can't hear anything. Definitely not you telling me not to touch it.
He couldn't have called for help? Wasn't there a thing about they called or I don't know, something? I don't know.
My ears! No, my ears! Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure. Are we in an airplane?
What? What is she babbling about? Just swallow to pop your ears, girl. Jesus.
Wait, what if I dislocate my jaw? Hey, what did you just say?
Then practice. See, you can hear just fine. It's the phone that's broken.
Oh, I didn't consider that.
Yeah. Oh, good, some barrels. An oil drum. Looks like it's filled with water.
It's heavy. I can't even budge it.
Why are you pushing on the drum? The drum over here is on its side.
Wait, I know. I'll hide in here and do a stakeout.
I think you'll probably just get arrested.
Not if I do it scientifically.
In fact, you may not even have to hide in the drum to get arrested. You're being fucking wild right now.
Woo! Investigation! What? Not suspicious?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Oh, hey, look, the murder scene. Imagine
Oh my
that.
gosh! It's right
We
here.
were right next to it.
The entire time.
We're over here like, what do you think about these barrels? The car. Look.
I'm very impressed with how they managed to draw a chalk outline in the air.
Oh my god, you are not wrong. What the shit?
Heck? And why is the body falling out of the trunk? It was in the trunk, but it just bloop. Just go woo.
Wow.
Well, no time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. Where's our Scooby snacks? I wonder what this is.
Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly.
Mr. Marshall?
It's the sheriff! Like I said before, this here's our claim. You'd best be moseying along, unless you're fixing to bite the bullet.
Is it made of chocolate?
Yeah! Scared me. I was scared.
Oh my. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car?
Does anyone really own anything? Well, well. This little filly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides that red Mustang with the body in her saddle, huh?
That's not the saddle. Please! I mean, if anything, that would be like the pack on the back of the saddle?
It'd be the
Where's
boot that we're in
this
Europe.
metaphor going? Yeah. Should the saddle be the driver's seat?
No problem, partner. How about time for victuals anyway? Get yourself to the saloon up on the 12th floor of the prospector's office.
Why?
Might just find you a cerveza like. She's
I'm
underage!
16.
She's a child! The prosecutor's office, sorry, I said it correctly, but it's actually wrong. Prospector's office? Where does this guy think he is? And, when does he think he is, for that matter? Is he from,
Scientifically
like,
speaking, I have no idea.
Back to the Future? Did he ride with that old doc in that weird train that
Oh,
flies?
I love that movie.
Good stuff. Good
Good
stuff.
stuff. Note to self. Look up Vittles Saloon Cerveza.
Hey,
I have no
leave
idea
that
what these
last
words
one
are.
out. No cerveza for you. You're literally a child. Probably no
Well,
saloon either.
Makes me want to drink it more. Whatever it is.
It's basically horse piss. Anyway, continuing on.
What?
Maybe we should check out room 1202, the High Prosecutor's office. It's where your sister worked and stuff.
Right. That should have a lot of evidence.
In any case, stay away from the car. You can look around here all you like, just keep your paws off our claim. Right. Great.
Great. Maybe there are some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Let's check it out.
Excuse me? Who is it now? Were you two all set?
Us? See, lady.
What? What's this? She couldn't be a reskin of the same female we've had every episode. Maya
A
again?
reskin, you say? You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene.
Wait, did she say anything about lunches? Did
I
she
have an onigiri on my head. Of course I'm selling lunches.
Did she say anything about lunches? I don't remember reading anything about lunches just now.
I don't know. Ta-da! Hello. Half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir?
Yeah? I'll take the breast. I mean the whatever that means.
Ta-da! Some crunchy goodness coming at you.
That's a very interesting way of doing business.
They made my animation specially for me.
Yeah.
This area is off limits to anyone without clearance.
I'm non-detective.
Especially passers-by. Or are you officers? No. You don't exactly look like the type to have clearance.
Right, just
I
cleavage.
have glasses and a coat. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Even if my days as the cough-up queen are over.
What the fuck does that mean?
Who are you to know? Would you
Is
like
that a
to
pickup
find out?
line? I'm so good. What is that? Is that good? Like,
I don't think it's good.
what are you coughing up?
Evidence, baby.
Cough up? Huh? You're supposed to swallow. Anyway, continuing on.
You know, feeling kind of full, and maybe I'll pass on lunch.
What is happening? What is happening with this story right now?
Who knows with Phoenix Wright, right?
These games have been one thing, but what is happening right now?
A lot of things. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets.
So beyond all the implied perversion here, I'm guessing you're the witness.
You might say that. Secrets? Dear me, you are a slow one, aren't you?
She's
Even
quite
he's
intelligent
figured
for
it
her
out.
age.
At my age, no less. I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of that detective.
I like the hair flip with she's changed out, which eyes are glaring at me now.
Yeah, like, dunna, I'm no longer sexy. I'm sexy and scary.
What? What? Huh?
A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about?
Please, cough up Queen. Tell us what happened. Please. Begging you.
The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it.
Did you say
Angel
angle?
Angel Star.
Oh.
Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Is she a prosecutor or a dominatrix?
Or a prostitute, am I right? Yes, ma'am. Yipes, she means it. She's definitely a dom, and I'm into it.
Hey.
Mommy, I mean Angel, let's continue.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Somehow, I knew.
Knew what?
I knew everything. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen.
I read it in my horoscope.
Well, as you see, Mars is in conjunction with Venus.
Like, I knew by the retrograde, and I'm a Gemini. So...
Just like I know that the daily special on Friday every week is salmon.
I knew something here was fishy.
It's me. I'm the fish.
Oh, God. Destiny? Is that a friend of yours?
Yes, Destiny Star, my sister.
Was yesterday...
She's young, small, and small-chested.
Oh. Not... The rest... The young part is what... Not... Still, no. Guys. No. Like anime trope, quirky, young, and flat-chested.
Hey!
Destiny was yesterday special for some reason. What was the lunch special, huh? Huh?
You're a defense attorney, right? You should know then. Yesterday's special was steak tips.
It's the beef tips. It's like yesterday's special was wiener. It's like what? Like how could you're just saying sexual? Like is that sexual? I'm confused. What's happening right now?
So many.
It's like yeah, his name is Johnson. Anyway.
Johnson Falcino. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones who haunt this den of iniquity.
Lady, what the fuck are you talking about?
Evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no qualms at all about blackening the names of innocents.
Yeah, I'm sure they brought you in a few times, huh? I feel that.
And yesterday they paid homage to the most evil one of all. They gave an award for King of Prosecutors. What a farce.
It's also gendered. What the shit, dude?
So, she's saying... There was some sort of prosecutors' convention yesterday?
Yes, at a Chili's.
Chili's.
I feel God in this Chili's tonight.
Hi there, welcome to Chili's. I was almost compelled to lace their lunches with something foul.
Okay, are we going... Anyway.
You know, that's highly suspicious.
Yeah, right?
Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence of this, evil?
Scientific evidence.
Young miss. Mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the cough-up queen.
Lady, she's a child! She does not need to be exposed to that kind of... No. You and me, maybe. Her, no. Child. Underage, not legal. No.
Ew. Like, oh my god. Ew.
Right? Right? Literally a child.
The most heinous of all the evil ones. The one they awarded yesterday. It was in his car that they found the body. Miles Edgeworth. Clearly.
Gasp. So
Gasp.
immediately it's like, okay, well, she hates the prosecutors and she killed somebody and dumped it in his car and framed him and yada. Anyway, that's.
Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all.
Excuse me?
Really? Why lunches?
Really, what? I'm totally. Is he like vegan or something? Like, what's going on here? Evil lunches? I'm confused. So is that keto bullshit? I bet it is.
Lunches laced with GMOs
he
and MSGs.
he was eating veal, okay? He wanted extra cage and extra young. One thing's clear. This lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. What? This lunch lady?
She's the sexiest lunch lady I've ever seen.
That's what I was just thinking. This lady does not even have a hairnet? What kind of lunch lady is this? That's not sanitary.
God. They're already prepackaged.
That was just the first bullet on this list.
Oh, God.
Dude. So, what exactly was it you witnessed, Miss Star? What kind of evil lunch did you see, huh?
It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. Now I now feel I know what they say when they talk about a woman's wrath.
Ah, yep.
I could teach it to them personally, but to see Lana Skye wield that knife so...
Classic slash in the tires. Oh, wait, no, it was a murder. Never mind. Okay.
Yes. The knife
Right.
that... the... whatever the partner that he was shaving
You
with.
know what he was saying?
Her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean you saw the very moment of the crime? It brought me to my knees in ecstasy.
Damn. Ma'am, can I go question you privately for a minute? It's gonna be one of those things where it's like, so you saw it? Well, I didn't see it, but she was holding the knife and then he was dead, so like, what do you know? So I'm like, okay. Okay. There's a loophole, I get it.
The sound of his silvery ties to this world being cruelly cut still rings in my ears.
Did you, like, touch yourself to that later? Or, because you're super into it and I'm not about it. That's bizarre. This is the killer where it's like, I like to watch the light go out in their eyes. It's like, whoa, calm down, Satan. Chill.
Okay there, Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, like, hey, yo, whoa. Have you watched The Boys?
I haven't yet, but I've seen clips, and I'm like, I need to watch that as soon as I get a subscription.
There's a quite toxic relationship where it's two soups going at it, and she's like, laser my tits. Well, use your laser vision on my tits.
Why?
Like, what the fuck? What
kind of kink is that?
Yeah, right? Like, laser
Not to kink shame, but... And the rhythmic beat of Lana Skye's knife.
So she was like...
Yes, her knife, quote-unquote.
He was just jamming out and just stabbing this dude, huh?
Right.
Wait a second. You know Lana Skye. The murderer?
Doesn't everybody? Of course. It's quite a feat, becoming chief prosecutor.
And at her age, no less.
At her age, no less. How many lunch boxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder?
Okay.
She always travels light. So not many?
Hey, can I get a writer in here? What the fuck is this? I don't understand.
I think it's the translator's fault, to be honest.
Your Honor, relevance? Can we...
Strike that from the record, please.
Yeah, can I get this thrown out of court? Like, now,
What is
why
going
would
on?
this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Huh? Is she like a name lady or something?
She's a regular, you know.
Tell me more.
Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? Like, are the lunch boxes a euphemism for something? I come here every day to sell lunches. Definitely not a euphemism.
Yes, I sell them in the bathrooms.
I import only the freshest and best from the Far East. And don't look under the rice.
Okay. Hey, where's my pet?
For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here.
I bet so.
It's like the game localized this very weirdly.
They really did. They really did.
Yeah, like, why not just be like, yeah, this is definitely Japan, not some weird random LA like archetype. What?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like, I got these from around the corner. Now it's like from the Far East, some distant land no one's ever heard of.
Have you tried my jelly donuts?
Sonic.
My jelly donuts are the best. It's clearly an onigiri. Jelly donuts.
Dude, chili dogs? Oh boy.
Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? I feel like the freshness factor. Did you say something? I didn't quite hear that. No?
Phoenix is over here like, no, she didn't say anything. None of this is relevant. Who cares? Let's go on.
Yeah. XXXXX. Only true connoisseurs can understand. Only true connoisseurs can understand.
Oh, was it really? It was Emma? That's so weird.
Yeah,
Why
right?
is that her line? That's so
It
weird.
shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
The kind you can tell. You can only tell someone who has tried General Tso's Trilobite lunch set.
That doesn't sound good.
Why General Tso's?
Yeah, like you're gonna put fish in General Tso's? I don't know.
I don't think that sounds good.
No, it really
Never
doesn't.
mind. Ewan, and why Trilobite?
Yeah.
Aren't they extinct?
And how did I don't even want to appreciate part of the trilobite's flavor. I don't even.
What is going on? Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches.
That was an entire conversation to say that sentence.
Yes.
That was an entire conversation to be like, anyway, I sell lunches. Okay.
Right. Specifically from the Far East.
What
with
is
trilobites.
this? What is this?
My boyfriend works in the security room here at the prosecutor's office.
I thought we had a thing going. Now you're gonna drop a boy. You trying to get rid of me all of a sudden? Or what's? God, you ugly slut.
I have many boyfriends.
Typical
you see.
internet commenter like, boyfriend? You dumb bitch, slut, whore. What is happening?
How dare you have a boyfriend when I imaginarily made myself your
Right?
boyfriend?
I thought we were obviously flirting by your commentary that had nothing to do with me.
Right?
You said my name once.
I formed. Your boyfriend? Yes, he formed a parasocial relationship with me on my OnlyFans with the lunchboxes.
He's my top contributor.
See the security room over there?
He pays me $100 a month, and I text him. That's the deal. That glass-walled booth.
Ara. I sell my lunches, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him.
Pressed against the glass. All right. Since you're here anyway, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. You're here for the lunches, not for him. You just gotta stop and by, like, I guess let's get this one out of the way.
It's one of many visits I make on my
That's
trek
what I assume.
around the city. So, to scientifically analyze the data available so far.
Please, little girl, don't do this. Please don't do this. We don't don't learn anything from this woman. Don't.
I'm writing notes. I'm taking notes. You, Miss Star, are a lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here.
Honestly?
I deduced this.
Honestly, that's probably the best scenario we could hope for this. That's probably okay. That's a good description. I have to see real quick on the walkthrough. What does it say about her, like, excuse me, goodness gracious, like favorite whatever, like.
Her
Okay.
favorite lunchbox?
It didn't. I was quick, because that one said like he likes to play the organ and go swimming. Like she didn't have one for hers.
Ah.
I was just curious to see if it did. I was like, there's gotta be something dumb if it's
Right.
like it's gotta be awful. Okay.
I mean, like, it's dumb when you read it in the walkthrough as, like, the summary.
Yeah.
And then when you get later in the case, you're like, oh, I know. That makes sense now.
Useful analysis. Not. My suit is black nut. We're getting there, guys. Boy, this is gonna be a 2-part stream. This is not gonna go well. Did you have a bad experience with a prosecutor, Miss Starr? I said some hostility.
Hostility? Perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike. And the bigger they get, the worse they smell, like 5-day-old fish.
Why is it always fish?
Kind of like 10-day-old clams in the trout.
Why is it always seafood?
Seafood smells nasty when it goes off. You know what's worse than seafood going off, though?
What's that?
You have, like, a deep freezer in the garage, and then you leave for, like, a holiday. And then, like, there's a lightning storm that resets your breaker. And then it all goes off.
Fun fact, that happened to me.
So much. Terrible smell. Yeah,
Yep.
I believe it.
Yeah,
Same.
it was. I don't think it was even in my house for all that long, but I had a chest freezer in the garage. Well, that was like full of like my family is a bunch of farmers, and so I had like a bunch of beef in my freezer. And I started smelling it walking by the freezer, and I was like, oh.
Oh.
So it was a bit before I found it, and that was the worst thing of my life.
Yeah.
Worst smell of my life.
Mm.
Good times.
Absolutely awful.
Terrible.
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 Like,
It was.
it's attached to the garage, stinks up the entire house.
It was awful. Whew, haunts me to this day.
Yeah. My girlfriend is from a farming family, so same.
Yeah, it was horrendous. I wonder if Miss Starr was involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. Probably for soliciting prostitution stuff, you know what I'm saying?
That'd be a sure cause of food poisoning. Scientifically speaking, of course.
He was stabbed in the stomach, so same difference.
I mean, now you're talking, cough up queen.
Still don't understand. It's gotta be a translation thing, right? Like, it's gotta be something weird. It's gotta be
Probably.
something.
Like, hakidasu? I don't know.
I don't know, man. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, but now I'm not so sure. She's also the witness and possibly the murderer. I don't know. Maybe.
You might say I'm the red herring. Red herring box lunch set for 10 easy payments of $99.99.
Again with the seafood, my guy. You gotta stop. You gotta. Oh, you know what's funny? Okay, it says if you're playing the HD iOS port, examine the stepladder for one of the 5 stepladder arguments. So yeah, so there's, I guess, like every time there's a ladder in the series, you have to investigate it, and you get the trophy for getting all the ladders in the game.
That's funny. That makes sense, but that's a lot of ladder. That's a lot of ladder.
So much. All right, let's go to the High Prosecutor's Office. Let's move on, shall we? Let's forward progress. Let's High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202, baby.
I have a feeling she has a favorite color.
Yeah, so far we have Steel Samurai back there, which is one of the cases. We have Edgeworth's suit, which is weird. Have the King Prosecutor thing. Okay. Have the tea set, kind of like from that one case. This is like a bunch of case homage stuff, it seems like.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Like this is 100% Edgeworth's room. Like,
Yeah, right?
Ascot.
Absolutely.
This is the kind of room that just screams, I can do the job.
I didn't pick that up at all from this room. Not one
Hmm.
thing in this room screamed, I can do the job. Not a thing.
I mean, that outfit just it screams like stuffiness and responsibility. Quite a change from your office, really.
Oh, you mean my very clearly very professional office with like... Anyway.
Oh, with garbage everywhere. It looks like you've been living in there
Thanks.
for weeks now. Look, there's a trophy or something here.
A trophy? What, that shield?
It's attached to a podium. It takes real nerve to display stuff like this.
Is it a broken shield because they're the prosecutors against the defense attorneys? Is that what that is? Really? That's super, like,
I think so.
pointed and not polite.
Right. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk.
It's your sister's office, dumbass. Phoenix Wright, some mysterious unnamed person again. Is this Edgeworth?
Yes, it's Edgeworth. It's his ascot.
That's what I figured it had to be, right?
Yeah.
Are you ready for Edgeworth's voice?
Oh, God. I'm ready for this.
Oh. You never tire of prying into other people's business, do you? That voice! Long time no see, Edgeworth.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth! Ah, fangirling!
You know him from somewhere?
Of course! I'm his biggest fan!
Oh! God, why?
My sister introduced us once and...
Right. Her sister is the chief prosecutor, after all. Hubbub. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk.
Well, at least he has some self-awareness.
Yeah, right?
No, did I? No! It was just Mr. Wright here. He...
Don't be blaming me, little girl.
We're just here to investigate a murder case.
Murder?
A body was found in this nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot.
Oh? That would be my car. What of it?
What? Your car? I just keep insulting him left and right. Oh my gosh.
I'll say one thing. They certainly can scream, and don't take that out of context. She's a
Hey.
jock! Well,
Hello, Edgeworth.
oh, the body was found in your car, huh? You get some blood on the carpet and stuff? Oh, go ahead and say it right. You think I did it, didn't you? Don't you? Oh. After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less.
No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait. No, she didn't do that. I mean...
He's literally the prosecuting attorney. Why would you tell him that? Yo, stream dropping frames. Hello? Chill out, stream. Chill out. Hello? Chill out,
Good?
stream.
You good?
Waiting. Stream. Chill. We're green. Okay. Oh my god, what is happening? Stream, what the shit, dude? Okay, I think it's okay. I was having weird issues last night, too.
Really?
I've got gigabit, so it should be fine. Right? It's like some random stream frame drops last night.
Weird.
Oh, wait. So, you're the chief prosecutor's little sister, then?
Yes, sir. Emma Sky. It's nice to meet you again.
Now, that didn't sound, forced at all. Oh, now I remember. You've really grown, but are quite obviously still a child. I'll admit it, it was a surprise for me, too. To think that my own car would become the scene of a murder. More surprising still, I'm being forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can understand. Wait. What did you just say, Edgeworth? Lana Sky is the chief prosecutor, the top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be the prosecutor at the trial tomorrow.
If the crime scene is at your car, then aren't you implicated in this as well? You, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, probably.
Yeah, you
To
should be able to prosecute
be
something weird.
honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here at all. What do you mean, Edgeworth, old boy? Rumors? You've heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Getting serious. Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember a time when there weren't rumors about this guy. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Oh, thanks to you, my innocence was established in the trial at the end of last year. Oh, however, there are some who say I'm the one responsible for the current incident. What's up, Kohana? What? That's crazy.
I mean, the crime scene is his car.
Right? Imagine that.
Oh, weird.
Some people need to be very little excused to think ill of others. Oh.
I mean, it's process of elimination.
It's a fact of life. It's impossible to stop. Oh.
But
Some of them even go so far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? Mean that bronze shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky, yes, we first worked together on a case 2 years ago. Oh, it was my first big case.
that's right. I remember.
2 years ago? I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Even though I was in school the same time as Edgeworth, question mark? So, like, why was I...
You could have taken a gap year, or maybe you were just very slow.
You know, for my age. Oh, since then, I always felt that she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken.
Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not the warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you.
Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife.
Not that knife?
The one the detective used to shave with.
What? What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon?
Yeah, why'd you have a knife? Well, to be specific, it was the large hunting knife I keep in the toolbox in the trunk of my car.
Just in case there happen to be any wild deer on the road.
Yeah, right? Like, just in case. The murder weapon, usually in Edgeworth's toolbox, traces of victim's blood, no prints.
Let's open the court record and add some prints to that.
Oh, Jesus. Turn it around and look at the...
Now that your greasy fingerprints are all over the murder weapon, let's submit it to evidence.
Yeah. Edgeworth. Oh, what? Are you sure you didn't do it?
What kind of question is that, right? He's your boyfriend.
Are you sure you didn't do it? I mean, last time I proved you didn't do it, but like, what if you did it this time?
Come on, Wright. You've been a couple months off the job, and this is how you treat your good old buddy.
Yeah, like
Edgeworth.
my lifetime childhood friend. Are you sure you didn't do it so I can prove this the person I just met is innocent?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe?
Yeah, this is so loyal. So loyal.
Oh. Come on, can't he take a joke? I mean, that was clearly not too soon. The murder just happened yesterday, you know? I mean, oh.
You have a strange sense of humor, Mr. Wright. It's almost like your last name is Butts.
Larry Butts. If something stinks, it's usually the butts. Classic. Classic.
I miss
Okay.
Larry.
Examine the trophy. I've been wondering, what the heck is this?
It has a big K on it.
Fucking Captain Obvious over here, Jesus.
A K for captain.
Prosecutors.
That's how you mumble.
I don't know if you've ever listened to NADPod, the D&D podcast, but on
No, I
the
haven't.
first campaign of it, there's a character named Ren who's like the super entitled rich kid. And like his laugh, and like at the end of everything he says, and his laugh is always like, oh, and like it's all everything. And it was so funny I had to do it for Edgeworth.
That's perfect.
It's
so hoity-toity.
It's so funny. Like, oh. Ah! What'd you say over there? Oh yeah, edgy boy. Oh, it's the king of prosecutors trophy. Oh.
King of prosecutors?
Whoa, you need to say 2 or 4 Ks, never 3. Jesus. Calm down. There you go. There you go. More is better.
Shotgun
More
it.
is better. Oh, it's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. Oh. Wait, what? What? Why is that his next piece of dialogue?
I don't know. Why was Emma talking about lunch boxes?
Like, it went from he just said what it was to what? So?
Yeah, I think that's probably some sort of like translator error.
The other episodes were not this bad. This one's rough. This one's a little
rough.
wonky.
That
So-
DLC, you know?
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, the newer one. It's worse for some reason because people they just want that money. So that K, that stands for king. Is that what you're saying with the words?
That are coming out of my mouth?
Yeah.
K stands for king? Who would have guessed?
We have now all had the revelation of what K stands for. Oh, yeah, you got a problem with that?
It's almost like
No.
orgy starts with an O, not a K.
Why would we have an issue with what?
It's just
Oh, I
orgy.
didn't design the thing. Oh, if I did, it'd have an E for Edgeworth. Oh.
Naturally. King of prosecutors. Kind of like employee of the month, only better.
But it's gendered, so fuck you.
I don't know, women can be kings. There are many records of female kings, you know.
Maybe you should change the title. Anyway, given to we added it to our. We just took it from him. We're like, hey, thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Yeah, just yoink.
Yeah, yoink.
Put it in the court record.
And now because this game loves doing this shit, let's present it back to him to get more dialogue about this.
So, basically, this says you were the best of the best last year. Even though you were, on trial for murder and I'm the one that got you innocent, huh?
Oh, you can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? Oh, I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Oh.
Huh? Why is that?
Because it was at a Chili's in another city. Oh. I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. Oh.
Police department just giving away K trophies these days? No, that sounds real.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, yes, right next to the police station downtown. That's where the Chili's is. You've been there, haven't you? I'm sure you frequent Chili's, don't you?
Get that 2 for $10 meal. 2 for
Oh,
20. There we go.
Yeah, where Detective Gumshoe works. The one with the smoking problem? Yeah.
I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken?
Because they're prosecutors and they break the defense. Yada, yada, yada.
Hey.
Oh, what does it matter? I've got more important things to worry about. Like, where's that hot lunch lady?
Oh my god. Oh, right.
He doesn't seem too concerned about his reward. Award. For better or for worse. Man, who cares?
Oh, yesterday was a very busy day for the prosecutor's office.
Maybe. We should ask him more about yesterday?
Sure, let's talk
More
about...
dialogue!
Yay! Ninja, what's up, my man?
Could you tell me more about yesterday? The day of the murder.
Oh, yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office.
Cleaning day?
Wouldn't you just hire people for that? You're like rich and stuff. Oh, working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. Oh, we call it evidence transferal. Yeah, Ninja, I feel you there.
Wiping your hands of old cases, in other words. Making note of that.
Yeah, you write that down, I guess. Sure.
Oh,
This will be very important.
and another thing, the ceremony, or a ceremony, was held at the police department. There's an annual review and awards for outstanding officers and prosecutors.
And that's when you got the K-shield, huh?
Like we just said.
I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. So it was... If he got back here then, that's when his car got here, so it was after then is when the body got stuffed in the trunk.
And wasn't it 5:15 when the murder happened?
Ooh, possibly. I don't remember that detail, but probably.
Yeah.
That's, very precise.
Yeah.
Almost like it was... Wow, okay.
There's very little window there.
Yeah.
People like myself and Mr. Edgeworth pride ourselves on our precision, Mr. Wright. You should pride yourself on that too.
No, I place little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. You might call it empirical scientific evidence.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, a man after my own heart. At my age, no less.
I was about to say it. Oh, this is the parking stub from the underground lot, whatever that is.
The murder took place around 5:15.
So the murder happened right after you got back.
If it's within 3 minutes, how did you not see?
Like, honestly, like, you'd have to be in the elevator or something.
Yeah, I parked and sprinted inside. Oh, what is it, right? Oh, I'd appreciate it if you'd direct that suspicious glare elsewhere. Oh.
It's Mr. Meeseeks!
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises?
Oh, I'm Edgeworth. What is it?
Sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky?
I don't like the way this conversation is going at all. I don't know where it's going, for that matter, but I don't like it.
Sir? Sir? I skipped that too early. It's okay, though. There wasn't anything else on that line, I don't think. Or Sky, sir? No, sir.
No, name of that kind, sir. Not in this report, sir.
You don't like Edgeworth Ninja? Or you don't like the voice I chose for him? Because the voice is pretty fun.
The voice is so fun.
Oh.
I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid blow.
That's definitely the sound of
It
lid
sounded
blowing.
like...
Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on very tight, is it?
Hey, that dialogue was in my head, little girl. How did you...
I'm psychic!
No, that's Maya or Mia or whatever. That's the other one. Oh, I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? Oh, I need to focus on the trial tomorrow.
You're killing me, Smalls.
You're welcome, Ninja. You're welcome. So don't bring me anything unrelated. Oh.
Sir, but sir, I'm just following orders, sir. They told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with us, sir.
Oh, give me your name so I can tell my daddy on you.
Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins.
Oh, right. Officer Meekins, take your report and leave. I will be telling Daddy on you.
FBI, open up!
And good luck with that raise next month. You won't get it if Daddy has anything to... Anyway, let's move on.
But sir, I didn't know.
Poor guy. Looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck.
Dude, what day was that? Can I get in on that deal?
Yeah. I think it happens once a year.
Dang it.
Around the same time that you're supposed to update your, like, insurance.
Emotional damage.
Ninja with the
I
sound
always
effects.
miss that.
Right.
Yes, sir? Yeah! He caught me off guard. Shit.
As you can see, I'm busy. Get the fuck out. You may leave now.
Let's do what he says, Mr. Wright. After we finish putting our fingerprints on everything in his office.
The victim was a detective from the same department as that patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there.
Thanks. He seems to have finally calmed down at least.
Okay. Okay. Police department it is.
Emotional damage.
Exact. Emotional damage! Oh, I have to go back to the parking lot first. The parking lot! Whatever that is. Oh, hello, lady. I forgot you're still here. You're still...
Would you like a boxed lunch?
You can keep your box away from me. Wait, what? Oh, sorry.
It's a package specifically for you.
No, I'm sure many men have had it before. Thanks. I'm moving on. Thanks. Appreciate it. 22nd police department entrance. Let's go inside.
Poor mascot.
Yeah, right?
Well, we're finally here. Why would they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? We don't even have a car.
Those damn city planners. How dare they?
Beats me. That took almost 30 minutes by taxi. And traffic wasn't even that bad. That's like $400. The police department, huh? I've only ever been to criminal affairs next to... Huh? Hold on. What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that
You don't
monster? Ah! Ah!
Disturbing. Why does it undulate like that?
Little girl, never use the word undulate ever again. Never.
Am I using it incorrectly? I read it in a dictionary once.
I'm sure you did. Don't. Undulate, gyrate, none of those words.
Oh, I know gyrating. That's when you spin something.
Yeah.
It's very scientific.
Right. Centrifuge and all that stuff. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait, I knew. This is the blue badger. Because he's cop badge and he's blue and alright. Back to blue, alright. They're trying to make him the police mascot.
Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police.
Yeah, their phone number's 911. Anyway.
Still, he does seem familiar somehow.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah,
I've
seen him in my nightmares. What the fuck do you want from me? Forget the blue badger. Who's that next to it?
What? Someone appears to be dancing with the blue badger.
Oh no.
They're undulating together.
No.
Uh-oh, he noticed me.
No! And I'm running away. He sure is running over here fast. Stop!
Wait, no, please stop. Oh, hi.
Oh no. Hey, pal, what are you doing here?
I love that voice too.
That's my line, Detective Why would it be my line? You literally work here. I know what you're doing here. What the fuck am I doing here? That's the real question here. I understand. Specifically, though, why were you dancing over there? That's the real question that we probably don't want to know the answer to.
What the? Well,
Well, at least it doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get some information, because this dumbass always tells me stuff about the case he's not supposed to. Great guy.
hey, I'll have you know, man, I'm a very busy guy, pal, man. Buddy old pal.
Shouldn't have said that.
Buddy
I should not have said that.
Not your buddy, pal. Not your pal,
Pal, buddy. Run that in circles.
Yeah, right. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case.
What? Why not?
Ah? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor's confessed to the crime. Says she summoned the detective to the prosecutor's office and she killed him.
Wait a minute. what if she's not telling the truth?
Yeah, well, no. I mean, come on, pal, old buddy, old pal. There's plenty of evidence against her, buddy, pal.
Don't call me buddy, pal. But what if the evidence was faked?
Hey, pal, buddy, man, pal. Can I speak to you for a second?
Don't call me pal, friend.
Huh? Me? The guy right in front me?
Why is that very, very little girl so peeved at me?
She's a little girl. She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana Sky's sister, who is a little girl.
Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister.
Just please investigate this case carefully, okay? Scientifically.
Oh, yeah, yes, sir. Whatever you say, buddy, pal, little girl. Oh, by the way, you might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like faked. That's what my wife tells me all the time.
Huh? What does that mean? I didn't know you were married.
It's just, it's a sensitive issue with us these days. Yeah? Sorry I hurt your feelings by using the word faked. Hello?
So, what are you doing around here, Detective Gumshoe?
Me? Oh, well, nothing really. They kicked me out of the criminal affairs.
What?
Detective Gumshoe? What did you do this time? Oh, you chap that was with HR, wasn't it?
What do you mean this time?
Then what happened? I know things are busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all.
It's true, we've never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being let into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy in there is our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all.
None of you?
I know this is an important trial, but isn't that a little odd?
Huh, weird.
So anyway, I thought I'd spend the day getting the badger dance down pat.
Why
Brilliant!
was that your first decision?
Brilliant! Ah yes, our boys in blue hard at work.
Isn't there anything else you could be doing other than undulating?
Not really. I mean, the chief of police himself is directing this investigation, buddy pal man. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Whatever that place is. I don't think it exists.
Officer Marshall.
He looked more like a sheriff to me. I said that earlier. Now that I think about it, Emma did seem to know that Marshall guy. She said, like, hey. And he said, hey. That's, you know.
Patrolman in charge of the crime scene. It's unheard of, pal.
He's a patrolman?
Yes.
So,
Huh.
Officer Marshall calls himself a sheriff, is a patrolman. Got it.
Thanks, backstory.
And not a detective.
Right, not a detective.
And
He
yet,
does?
other detectives aren't allowed to be part of the case.
Hold on, I examine the badger.
Badger.
Mushroom mush.
I was wondering about that.
What? The dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece.
Yours?
Ah! Ah! You've made this monstrosity, Detective Gumshoe! The fuck's wrong?
The chief threw together some designs. I just did my thing, buddy pal man.
Nice work.
I like the handprint on the face.
Right?
It's battery powered, so we can go anywhere. Like your bedroom at night.
What?
Yes, I didn't say that at all. There's no switch, so we just dances until the batteries die. The
My
fucking
intro
Energizer
was-
battery over here, the bunny. Oh shit.
How many bunnies does it take to power a badger?
Gasp.
Poor blue badger, fated to dance until he drops.
It's got that case of
Sounds
that,
like a face.
that dancing fever that kills people in that town. They dance till they die.
Yes, we did an episode about that. I love it.
Ooh. A work of art. Why is it added to the court record? Why? When is this going to come up? When? Why? I don't... Okay.
Maybe someone wheeled the blue badger into the underground parking lot that doesn't exist and had it undulating like it was stabbing someone with a knife. And then the lunch lady saw it and she thought it was Lana Sky for some reason because she's high on her drugs she imported from the Far East.
The blue badger was the murderer! I've blown this case wide open.
Ta-da! Just the Law and Order.
Yeah,
bonk,
I
bonk.
don't have any sunglasses in here. Yeah! Okay. Badge. Nope, that's not the badge. Got it.
Detective Gumshoe, what can you tell me about this?
He's like, hey, like, hold it right up to his face. Hey, Ballard, this is a detective ID card. You can't just keep that. You have to turn it in the police. And I'm like, see, little girl, I told you. It's people like you. Get me into so much trouble all the time.
What? Me? No.
Meaning
No.
Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Honestly, not that surprising. He cut himself shaving literally every day. That Band-Aid never comes off. Ever. Every
He just looks so confused.
His eyes are like up, like looking up, so he can straighten.
What?
Like that so weird.
Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman? Sounds familiar.
He's probably the one that got murdered, you dumbass.
I mean, he did show his face in the...
Nah, my mistake.
No, his face showed up when you were talking about it. Whoa!
Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. Oh, I just totally... I blanked. I mean, it was yesterday. How was I supposed to remember that?
Wow.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Now he's breathing heavy. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe?
Can we? Can you? Can I? Yes, lovely.
So, this ID card belongs to the victim, huh? Then why does he have it now, huh?
You're the detective, like myself. He's Detective Bruce Goodman. You know, good old buddy pal.
Don't you think it's so strange that his name was Goodman in a game where names have so much meaning?
I never thought of that. Holy shit.
I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? In the crime scene.
He was murdered over there and was dragged. All right, is that an ATM? He was trying to get out the ATM. He got stabbed and dragged to the car trunk. Question mark. All right, let's go.
All right.
Woo! Blown this case
Badger was
wide
this
open.
wrong?
Well, Detective Goodman should have been at the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transfer for a case he handled 2 years ago.
Huh. Evidence transferal. Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too, and it's in red, so it must be important. I'm gonna write that down. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. It's here in my notes.
Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor Sky called him out there to the parking lot.
She was like, meet me in the parking lot, loser.
3 p.m.
Yeah. And
behind the Chili's.
Lana's confessing as much. That's actually what she said. Yes, that lines up. Okay.
Hey, yo, detective, you want to see the murder weapon?
I just happen to have. What'd you think about this knife?
It still has blood on it. No.
He's got a knife. Yeah.
Everyone duck and cover.
Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with the Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? Oh, that's real convenient, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? She gotta steal the knife and then stab the guy and then all what?
Huh. Aw.
Wait, I didn't mean, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it.
She did it.
She did it.
Someone
She did it.
who must
She
have,
did it.
someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth.
Car and the knife do seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. It's like he's being framed.
Or prosecuted. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened?
We have to find out a little more about what's going on with Edgeworth. Okay.
Strange.
Can I talk to him again? Wait, what? Why can I?
Huh?
Hold on. Oh, pursue the, okay. Present trophy.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yeah. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Were you at the award ceremony? Or fuck.
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Were you there?
Of course, pal. I wouldn't miss a Chili's dinner for nothing. I got an award for diligence myself. I don't know why, though.
He's doing such a good job.
Ah,
He's such a good boy.
congratulations. I'm sure you're very proud.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason for that. I'll tell you what it is later.
What?
Apparently he's forgotten. Classic Gumshoe.
Classic.
But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award, my little pal. Even with all the naysayers in the prosecutor's office.
Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors.
The rumors.
Tell me about
What?
the rumors.
He's in a tough spot again.
Again, you say? This isn't the first time. Oh, right, when he was convicted of murdering that guy. Right. I got him off then.
Well, it all started with the murder of that defense attorney, Hammond.
But Mr. Edgeworth was found innocent.
Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there were always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering. They're practically shouting.
Oh my gosh. But there's no evidence against him despite all the cases that Phoenix Wright has won.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth has always had unusually strong ties to department higher-ups. Specifically his daddy, who he says daddy. It's a whole thing. It's only unnatural that people would be suspicious.
I had no idea he was under the gun. And who has this gun anyway?
Anyway, this latest case has started a new rumor. People say the only reason he took the case is because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. Did he frame her? Oh shit, did he do it? Oh shit.
Oh shit. And just after we got him off.
What?
But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Edgeworth is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. You and me, all of us.
Yeah, everybody.
And that's all I know about that.
All right, Forrest Gump, chill out.
I'm not officially on this case, you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome, small child. Okay.
Why aren't you handling the case, Detective Gumshoe? Why did bench you? Their star player. We met the guy who was, what was his name? The guy that thinks he's the sheriff, but looks like a guy in the parking lot.
Mr. Marshall?
That'd be Officer Marshall.
He was appointed directly by the chief of police.
Officer Marshall. Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? I mean, he was wearing spurs. That's very weird.
No, Jake Marshall's just a regular officer from West L.A.
What?
Boo! Boo this man!
From West LA. Fuck you.
For a moment there, I really wasn't sure. I mean, you say he's from West LA, so I mean, you know.
Well,
Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show them this, and they'll let you examine the crime scene. Maybe. Maybe.
Oh.
Thanks? Why would you... What? Okay, thanks.
I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere.
Just act like you're supposed to be there, and nobody will look at you twice, pal.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I got this far in life.
If he doesn't give you the letter of introduction, you must first examine the blue badge in the background. So you actually have to do that. That's
Really?
wild. That's wild.
That is hilarious.
Oh, but Jesus. Okay.
Let's tell you.
If you need to take a break or anything, let me know at any time.
Oh yeah, no, I'll let you know.
Okay. Underground parking lot, which I still don't believe exists. Okay.
Looks like the investigation is still going.
And who is this? I have to be
I
getting
don't
back
know.
to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. That's
Sorry. Looks like I'll be stuck in this pit till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in
could it
my
be?
dreams
tonight then. But oh, that's the guard and the prostitute.
Maybe.
Hey, hello.
Hi. Oh, still here?
No, we left and came back, but thanks for noticing.
Hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention?
Does she sell fucking dinners?
I do,
Oh.
in fact. I've got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too.
Oh,
As I said, I have many boyfriends.
you're not wrong. Is this an ethical nomin, or are we talking you're just cheating on everybody? Because I mean, one's good, one's very bad. Let's be real.
It's an open relationship.
Okay, that's acceptable.
What happened to the security guard? Women can't date more than one. That's insane.
What? It's called polyaneurysm. Wait, no, it's not.
What?
Hey, bro.
Hey, what's wrong, Bambina?
Polyamory.
You're looking like a doggy that's lost its herd.
What?
Jake Marshall. When did I learn your first name? I don't remember.
Gumshoe.
Okay. He's still shaving with the mermaid. Graham's got a...
The fucking music is like Wild West music.
I love that.
This
His beard, it just grows out of control.
it's wild. Look how much you shave it off every time.
Right?
Strange guy to put in charge of the crime scene. Just a strange guy in general, really. I mean, let's be real here.
Yo, dude, you want us not? No, I don't. Can I? Okay. I just want to make. I was like, can I examine this stupid ladder again?
Please.
If you want to take a closer look, you'll have to deal with me first, partner.
Huh?
Huh.
A duel at sunset.
I know I keep getting hoarse and not with this character, but it's too. Some of these lines are too funny.
A duel at sunset. The winner takes the loser and the dust and takes all. The blood law of the gunman.
What? Note to self: jurisdiction squabbles are settled by dueling. This is
Hey,
scientifically
Little girl,
proven.
don't write that. That's wrong. Don't write that down.
Too late, it's already in my notes.
No! I think one body per murder case is enough. Thanks. Don't need any more bodies.
Introduction. What if I want to check. Hold on, what's it? Oh, I forgot you can fucking. Okay, what's this? No. Oh,
Hey, look here. It looks like something's been crossed out.
I wouldn't have known this if I didn't fucking read this. I guess so. That's cool. Good for us.
Good for us.
Maybe it was a letter or something to Detective Gumshoe. He's the one that gave us after all.
Let's see. Annual bonus, $20.
Oof! Oof!
That hurts.
That's...
I think a couple zeros are missing.
No, that sounds about right. At least in that detective's case. There was also
That's
a
enough
gift
to have
card.
a 2 for $20 meal.
There was also a gift card to Pizza Hut. So I mean, who's the real winner here?
Yeah, really. Maybe I should rethink my career as an investigator.
Probably.
Scientifically. Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're good here. Okay.
Do you want to flip over other pieces of evidence? Can you flip over the blue badger?
I cannot move it. Good. It's just haunting my
Okay.
nightmares, that's all. Anything on the back of this, by the way? No. Good for us. Good for you!
Just the front.
I guess we didn't look at this either.
Oh, what's there? Hey, check it out! There's a metal plate here.
You got a metal plate! Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. My,
Oh. Won't they run out of room eventually?
they sure will.
Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times.
Von Karma?
Von
You
Karma.
motherfucker!
I guess he must be a foreigner?
Yeah, that's probably it. He was a bad man.
Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor.
He
It's
was
like, I know about the case you solved, but I don't know anything about it.
He was a bad man. He was mean to me.
I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime.
He's in jail, and I put him there, so...
So, appointments?
When she says that his name does have kind of a ring to it, like ringing
Von Karma.
jail bars or something, I don't know, dude. He's
Von
a...
Karma.
Yeah. Man, just screw that guy.
Karma.
He's the worst.
Von Karma. Con Varma.
Francesca?
Ooh,
Can I
blood.
examine the blood?
Examine the blood. This must be the victim's blood, right?
Either that or Edgeworth cut himself peeling it out. Either are likely.
What if, scientifically, I examined the blood and it turns out to be Lana's?
Wow, she did cut her hand.
Uh-huh.
Taste it and see.
What's up?
Lick the blood. I know
I
the
cut
taste
my
of my
tongue.
sister's blood.
It tastes like blood, and it's mine. I cut my tongue. What's
irony.
what's Edgeworth doing with a knife like this anyway? He's not a hunter or anything, really. He's a why?
Hey, maybe he spends his weekends roughing it in the wild.
Oh, Daddy, would you like to go camping?
No, he does not. I want to answer that question. He does not.
Considering the last time he went somewhere rustic with his father.
Yeah, right. Edgeworth in the wild? I think my fruit peeling theory is more likely. And that man does not eat fruit.
Are you kidding? I always pictured him as an outdoorsman.
Would you like to know why? It's because you're wearing rose-colored glasses.
Literally, though. Badoomsks.
Now there's a scary thought. Alright, little girl, we're done with it. Oh, God. Actually, let me look at the back of this.
We looked at the front of it.
Okay. Good enough. Let's continue on. I can examine my badge.
Yeah, you can.
Let's do it. Oh, my number?
Oh, your number. Is that important? So this is what the back of the badge looks like.
Why is there a bolt sticking out of it? Like, does it screw into
I don't
something?
know.
Like, I'm...
Maybe it's a doorknob. And I always thought it had a safety pin.
Each badge has a number carved into it. That way you can tell which attorney it belongs to.
You mean you couldn't lend your badge to anyone?
No, I'd be found out right away.
Well, that's no fun. What if I wanted to play attorney.
No. End of discussion. That's enough. No,
I can be
little
good.
girl. Would you mind reading this
What,
for
like
me,
it's hard?
Mr. Western Man?
What's this? I warn you, fan letters to me go right in the spittoon.
What's a spittoon?
Dude, it's a letter of introduction from Detective Gumshoe. May we, attorneys, investigate?
Gumshoe? Oh, that old cow dog. He holding a birthday party or something?
No.
What?
Or yes, depending.
Huh?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Gumshoe.
I love him.
Look, where it should say letter of introduction, it says invitation. And as you know, I am a definitive wordsmith.
Ah, I think he just miswrote it. You know how he is.
Classic Gumshoe.
Wait, why am I getting all defensive here?
No worries, this proves it's from Detective Gumshoe better than a blood test. That dude's an idiot. Guess I'd better let you in then.
Streaking. Thank you, Officer Marshall.
Oh, that's right, he's a patrolman, not a detective. He's not even a sheriff, or a marshal, although he is kind of that because of his name, but not, you know. Which reminds me.
Hey, wait a sec. Isn't a crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? I just thought of that.
Well, folks, the clues are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. We'll be like the settlers, strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hoot, Nanny.
Oh my god. Note to self. Police investigations are like settling land.
Little
like
girl,
true
don't write that
colonizers.
down. It's wrong. Don't.
What? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? It's scientifically proven.
I say, I won't be needing this anymore. This is a lost cause. Sure, that wouldn't come in handy any other time ever. Let's go.
Yeah, never. Couldn't just hang on to it just in case.
Right?
Officer Marshall. Can I call you Officer Marshall? You tell us more about the victim.
Good men always die young. Remember that, partner.
Could you be a little more specific? Just a smidge more specific. Please, I beg of you.
Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? And a young one.
Well, aren't you a feisty doggy there now?
Am
Detective
I?
Goodman was stabbed here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale.
Her name's Madonna? Oh, the prostitute, right. Anyway, continue on.
Yeah.
I think he means the witness, Miss Angel Starr. The box lady. Lady with the box. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, continue on.
One stab to the chest, a fine piece of...
You're wrong. It was the stomach. Or somebody's wrong. Somebody somewhere is wrong. They said stomach before. I remember that.
Yeah, they did.
One stab to the chest, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report.
Dude, death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m.
So it took a
What?
while.
Within an hour and a half of 4 p.m., which means... So, that's just the window of when it happened, right? Like
I
between
think so.
4 and 5:30,
Yeah.
I guess. Like, really weird way to word that.
The translators should have done better.
Yeah.
Was my sister involved with the victim in any way?
Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector guy and Detective Goodman had nothing in common at all.
Not even a case? Nothing in common?
They apparently worked together on a case a few years back, so that is one thing in common. They also liked Western movies.
Did they?
So, there's no motive. Great.
Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the chief prosecutor.
But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here, to this UPL underground parking lot?
Parking.
So it seems, like calling an unarmed man to a shootout at high noon. It's high noon.
All right there, Cassidy.
I don't mean any offense, but, Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective?
You calling me out? They shoot you for that kind of shit in Texas, where everything's bigger.
But this isn't Texas, though. I think this is LA?
Huh?
East LA?
And he's from West LA.
Hey!
Huh?
I was one of them fancy shoe detectives till 2 years ago, to tell you the truth.
Oh, really? Now he tells me. Only when I asked him. Imagine that.
Huh. Weird. But you're a patrolman now, so how can you be in charge of a crime scene?
Nothing gets by you, does it, Bambina?
Sir, she's a child! So, why are you in charge?
No reason. We're just short on hands right now, and I got 2 of them.
Why did that get me?
I'm keeping an eye out in the meantime, and I got 2 of them too.
Okay. Calm down there, sir.
Oh, Jesus.
That's odd, though. Detective Gumshoe was saying he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least, and he, at least, is a detective.
Yeah, he was just dancing.
Yeah.
He's nothing but a sad old cowdog that can't find his tail, which is on his ass. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth, huh?
But Edgeworth is the prosecutor?
Edgeworth? Huh? Huh?
That cowdog's been kicked out of this cattle run by order of the chief of police.
But he's the prosecutor. What are you... Huh?
What?
Just, he don't realize it yet.
Detective Gumshoe kicked out of the investigation? Huh? Huh?
And we can't even ask about that.
Okay. After that, examine an item. Oops. What we tried to examine earlier. This thing.
Yeah.
This looks like a cell phone from some unknown year. Not now.
It looks kind of like a razor.
Yeah, well, that was a cassette player at first.
Right? Scientific analysis would suggest this belonged to the victim.
How the fuck do you know?
Scientifically.
Like, it's got his name on it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. Therefore, it is scientifically proven.
Okay. What's so scientific about that? Should we check it out? No, let's forget about it.
Right?
Right, let's check it out.
I love that they gave you that choice.
What the fuck? You couldn't let me do that yet?
No, they had to do it specifically for you. Just hand it to you.
Like, why? But like,
It's a button.
why though?
Oh no. This phone's still on the redial screen.
Gasp. Egad. Gasp. Redial? Is that like dialing? What? What concept? Can you imagine dialing a number again?
Who would do such a thing? Mr. Wright?
He's over here like, who would ever dial again? Total tangent.
Most phones keep a record of all the calls you've made and received.
What?
You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about this.
It's like this damn underground parking I keep hearing about.
Huh, weird.
Sorry to disappoint you, but even I know about things like redial. Ha! Fooled you! You thought I was dumb.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I was explaining it for the audience. It's just, you never know with people from your generation.
Okay, boomer. Whatever, small girl! Let's check this phone out. Do I examine the blue button now?
I guess. Just to hand it to you on a platter, right?
Now, to see who the owner of this phone called last. Their last call.
Note to self, a defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button.
I'm right here, bitch! Beep! Nailed it. It's playing a little tune.
Oh, nice.
Hey! That song! I know that song!
Is it the fucking Blue Badger song?
I think it is.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Beep!
You beat me to it. Ah! Sorry, I didn't mean to play music in your vicinity.
I know how sensitive you are about that.
I see you, partner, with my 2 eyes. You pressed redial on that there phone, didn't you?
And?
Well, yeah, I sure did. You caught me red-handed.
Was it your phone that was ringing, Mr. Marshall? Whose phone is this anyway? It was on the ground over there.
Why, whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Scott, your sister.
I gasp! What? It's my sister's?
She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody, right after the crime of killing that man.
How suspicious.
Look, the last call was made right when the murder occurred.
What? What?
No, the last call was made just now.
Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this.
Who'd she get the call?
Ghostbusters!
Who did she call?
No idea. Sorry, partner.
Like, then why are you...
Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now. One of those newfangled ringtones.
Oh, Oh, I'm sorry, that was my phone.
She was calling you? She was literally calling Phoenix Wright when the murder happened? How has he not connected this?
How did he not get like a missed call or like he should have like a voicemail or like what?
Oh, sorry, it was in airplane mode.
What? Your phone?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone, a wrong number.
I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner.
Uh-oh. I have incited the wrath of the Lone Star Patrolman.
weird.
Made it 5:18 on the day of the murder.
So 3 minutes after the murder.
Western music again.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, it's Bob.
Okay, let's see. Examine the trunk of the car.
Do it.
Do it.
What's this? Looks like a note of some sort, like some writing on some paper. Again.
Look, something's written on it.
Ah. You're right. No, I'm right. Ha. Let's see. 6-7S, or it could be a 5.
I think it's a 5.
12/2.
Oh, there's a name printed on the paper above that. Goodman. Like a brand or something.
It's the name of the man that was killed.
What?
Maybe it on his pocket when he was killed. Ah,
In the chest stomach.
right.
The stomach that's in your chest. Well, so what does it mean, Mr. Wright?
That's the dessert stomach.
How am I supposed to know? Am I a detective?
Yeah, that would be silly. Note to self. For deductive reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright.
Hey, stop saying it out loud when you write it. It's just hurtful. I'm right here.
Oddly enough, despite his name, he is often wrong.
Hey, little girl.
I'm just writing in my notes.
I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either.
Have you seen the movie Hot Rod?
I haven't.
There's a scene where they're at one of the guys' houses, and the little girl comes out and is like, "Hey, do y'all want some Kool-Aid?" And the guy's like, "Don't even ask, just bring it." And the other guy's like, "Hey, little girl, my stomach doesn't like cherry. No cherry, okay?" Like, "Hey, little girl." Anyway, that's why I keep thinking about this. Little girl.
Little girl. Okay, that makes sense. I get
Memo
the
found in the char trunk. I don't like cherry. Talk to the marshal.
Offended.
Talk to the marshal. Oh, hello?
So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister.
Well, that's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her.
Ah!
And the prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself.
What are you doing, Kohana?
She's saying hello.
I see that.
I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Oh, many condolences.
Officer Marshall?
What a dumb sentence. Officer Marshall? Say hi, Kohana.
Have you met Kohana? Because Kohana is family. Nobody gets left behind or forgotten.
Ohana, but very close.
Mhm.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah, Bambina?
How can you say that?
With my mouth.
You and my sister, you were lovers.
What?
There was
Is
an
there?
entire Days of Our Lives drama going on during college, you know.
What has happened? I thought it was your sister and Mia. This totally ruins my whole brain picture fantasy.
They were
Anyway.
together, but then Lana started cheating on Mia with Marshall.
That
Dun dun
bastard.
dun.
Is there something between this cop and her sister that I don't know about? It sounds like it. No one ever tells me anything.
I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten to me. Maybe it's that dry wind that's blowing through the prospector's office.
It's called air conditioning. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Kohana's making it really hard on you, isn't she?
I know. What's up? Dry wind or ill will, and someone's up to something here, but who?
Oh, really? We're talking about that fucking air?
Yeah.
Johanna? Trying to move my mic stand around so I don't blow out the mic every time I speak.
Suspicions about Mr. Edgeworth been flying around for nearly 2 years now.
Forged evidence and arranging testimonies, you mean?
He was unbeatable because he did whatever it took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you.
Dun dun dun. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them.
If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth to their source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you might say.
Really?
One person? Who is this one person?
I hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, in case you forgot your sister's name.
What? My sister? I thought her name was Rana.
Edgeworth couldn't rustle all those cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets. Some people load them with deals. They don't kill nearly as well, though.
What? You're saying Edgeworth was making deals to win trials? That sounds just like it.
Where there's gunshots, there's bound to be bullets. Unless they're firing blanks.
Yeah.
That's what the old-timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere, and it's in my pants. Everyone knows it.
Is that...
You good?
Is that why Detective Gumshoe was taken off the case? They target him because he was closest to Edgeworth?
Yes. So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright?
I guess we've got some clues. We have an autopsy report, a note from the victim, and a cell phone. We're practically we're good. We're great.
Are we at the halfway point in the investigation?
Whoa!
So, you think we'll be okay? The trial is tomorrow, you know.
I think it's about to happen, to be honest with you.
Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana is confessing to the crime. It's gonna be hard to defend someone who confesses their guilt. Like, damn. She says she did it. That's tough to beat.
But wasn't it under, I don't know, what's the word when there's policemen and they're being like, ah, in your face, and then it's a duress. It was under duress.
She told me pretty clearly in the detention center. She's like, yes, I did it.
No problem. We can overcome this. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal.
Are you the murderer, Emma?
Maybe.
Egad, I've blown this case wide open. Oh, by the way, Emma, did you murder?
Yes?
I know that song your phone plays when it rings.
What?
She called Emma.
Oh.
Yep.
Beep.
It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it?
Oh, that's what it was.
Of course. That popular TV show for kids.
At my age, really?
The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours.
Dun dun dun.
At 5:18, just after the murder took place, your sister called you, didn't she, Emma?
Ooh. I'm sorry.
Can you tell me what you talked about after she just murdered someone?
Quote unquote. She hung up right away.
Oh, did she? I see. I don't believe you. Okay.
You're gonna have to unlock the chains around my heart. But that's in game 2. Don't worry about that.
Wait, what? She's a little girl. What the shit?
A detective is murdered, and the suspect is the top prosecutor in the district. I've got a bad feeling about this. Never tell me the odds. Star Wars. Like, maybe I still don't know everything that went on here.
You fucking think, my guy?
It's only day 1. You'll never find everything out until you're in the middle of the trial on day 3.
Yeah, right.
Kohana, what are you doing?
My baby looks so sad.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I always close the door whenever I record, and so she can't come in and out like she pleases.
Mm-hmm.
She's just sitting over there, staring at me with like these sad eyes.
Meanwhile, mine's just like, hello, I am here now. Hello.
Uh-huh.
I am here.
Hello.
You want to take a quick break since we're at a save point?
Yeah, sure. Bio break.
All right,
Get
bio
my
break.
cat out of the room.
Folks, be right back and stuff. Be right back. Kohana, you gotta stop. Okay. Turned back and stuff. Ma'am, what are you doing? Hmm?
Love me, father.
Yeah, I see that. Ma'am, what are you doing? They're all big, clingy babies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright?
Switch recordings. Okay, there we go. Kohana, I need to move my mic stand. I'm gonna take a scooch. Scooch.
Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas.
Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area.
Thanks, Emma. Thanks. Really helped me out there.
Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice.
Yeah? Me? Yeah, okay, yeah.
A defense attorney should never believe their client.
Excuse me? What? What?
The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing.
Right, I know how trials work. Uh-huh.
Never forget that.
Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. I picture you both in my mind a lot together. But there is one decisive difference between you and her.
And that is?
She was hotter. You're not a defense attorney. You're a damn prosecutor.
I believe it's almost time for the trial.
You know what she's trying to do? She's trying to beg out some treats. Cause I have the chat donut for treats. She's trying to beg it out of me.
Oh, that makes
Points
sense.
for that little girl.
Good luck, Mr. Wright.
I don't need luck. I need actual evidence, and I don't have much. So we're screwed. To be honest. My first trial without a fae helping me. Those damn fairies. From the Feywild. They took my name. Anyway. No one's going to bail me out this time. Hey, that was her. I'll be alone in there. Oh, so alone!
I'm right here!
So I have to discover the truth all by myself.
I've written down so many notes. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way.
What are you doing up here now? Everybody's gonna say hi. Oh, come here. Hoosh!
Hello. Pretty baby.
He's like, stop. Stop what you are. Desist. Cease and desist that activity, human.
Father, why have you forsaken me?
Father, no. Father, stop. Puts me down.
All right. Trial voices. Yay! Woo! Let's do it. We are not gonna finish this today. There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah, no.
There is so much dialogue in this one. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm. It is a big trial.
And there's like 4 days of this.
Wow.
We're on day 2 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're not finished this today. We'll have to reschedule.
It's fine.
Court.
I'm always down for a part 2.
Hell yeah.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Oh, the prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Edgeworth! It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial.
Oh, I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright.
Sir,
Oh, I will choose the path that I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Alana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot.
I don't think that exists.
Wow, he's much more forceful in person.
Little girl, calm down. That's. I know you're going through through changes.
Kinda hot.
Your body's changing. A lot of hormones.
Is it a little warm in here, or is it just me?
Oh God. Please, please, anyone, take this girl. Get her out of.
I suddenly feel like confessing to everything.
Please,
Mr. Edgeworth,
please don't. Please don't.
have
Not,
the letter.
not here.
I signed it with a kiss mark.
No.
Oh, however, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime, a prostitute witness.
I feel like he's using a lot of loaded words.
Yeah, right. I mean, professional in quotes is definitely like she's a prostitute. Definitely.
Well, then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, the prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Star, to the stand.
The cough-up queen. Gross.
Oh no, Judge, no! Don't say that out loud, Judge. Judge, no. Judge, no. Judge, no.
Haven't I seen you somewhere?
Dun-dun. You ordered the caviar lunch, right?
Oh yes, I love fish eggs. Oh, caviar. I've never eaten caviar before.
The judge is really wolfing it down. Her box of food. So, keep doing that.
And for you, I have a fiesta bowl.
What is this, Chipotle? What is happening?
Taste the soup.
Thanks. I appreciate the food. Johanna, please.
Will the witness state her name and her legal profession?
And you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox?
It is far. It's 9 a.m. It's too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please.
Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? I have no intention of answering any of your questions.
So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty, it hurts.
That's just the arsenic.
It's the glass I put in your dish.
Right?
It's got razor blades.
I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca.
What? The fuck?
Why?
Yeah, what the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Is that just yogurt? Kind of like, what?
The taste of pickled anything.
Oh, name, profession, oh no!
Me? The name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days.
Is that a real place? Has anyone ever heard of Lunchland?
Right? Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth?
I just wanted you to say where you worked.
Oh, very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. Oh. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Cat butt. Come here.
So much cat butt.
Please.
Hurry it up! Please, Judge, you gotta hurry up and eat. Just, you know. Jeez.
Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the scene.
Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional.
She's a prostitute!
What exactly does that mean? Spell it out for us so we all hear you're a prostitute.
It means exactly what you think it means.
What now?
Hey!
Oh, ma'am. Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Starr was a special investigator with... Ma'am, you gotta stop. With the police. Oh, she was a first-rate homicide detective.
What? Miss Starr was a detective?
Plot twist.
Dun dun dun.
I know who you are. Cough up.
Oh.
Cough up Queen, Angel
Oh.
Starr, Your Honor. Long time no see.
Oh.
Not long enough. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Starr.
Just who is this lady? Come on!
If I might have the court's attention over here. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients.
And C block is for cock block. Those people we don't like.
A or for the clam jams. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks.
I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutors' spaces, yes?
The crime took place by a car in the back of A block, in the car's trunk.
She just totally ignores him and was like, yeah, whatever the fuck, Judge. Shut up.
Yeah, really. The killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest report, and an arrest was made on the spot.
Did she just like arrest her?
Maybe.
And who was this valiant witness?
Why, it was me, Your Honor.
Gasp.
Leg hasp.
Okay, we got some
Parking
floor
lot.
plans.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely. Lovely.
Like that.
Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime?
Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor.
It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright.
I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. I'm supposed to be defending this, yeah.
It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor.
It's my job, lady. What the fuck?
Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining?
She's getting off on this.
She is.
If you can, then give them your worst, mister. I also get off on this.
Wait, are they talking about me? Are they both gonna dom me? I'm confused.
Oh gosh. Dun dun dun.
Okay. Okay.
Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend
Which one?
when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work.
He's a Gemini.
Yes, indeed I am. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand.
The best part of that is fucking Edgeworth's car, who is the prosecutor, and she said it right in front of his face. He's like,
Right?
He's like, oh, my daddy bought me that car. Oh.
She just does not give a single shit. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest.
The pointy tip, huh? Okay.
The pointy tip.
I'm very aroused.
He stuck the pointy end in the other man.
Whoa. Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend. How touching.
She's like, yeah, it's one of like 6, dude. What of it?
Right?
As you can see, there's no room for doubt. The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. Did I make a joke there?
Hey. So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed?
You have any evidence? Like, anything other than just your story? Okay.
I'm a credible witness.
Still thinking about that one. Come back to me and like, I'll get something. Hold on.
It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright.
Get back here, I'll bite your head off.
You can bite their kneecaps off.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
Okay. All right, let's see. We need to cross-examine on the 5th and 2nd statements. All right, so press.
Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come.
How did you know? How? How did you know? How did you know?
I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy.
The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted.
Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors?
No, what was your first clue?
I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one.
Which one laid you off? Is it the man that's dead?
Well, he was a detective.
Laid?
you know.
Oh, laid off. Sorry. Wrong headspace. She was fine. Okay. All right.
To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. I have qualified immunity, you know, or I did.
Very, very well. You may continue, Miss Starr.
I was on my way to deliver a lunch.
Hold
What?
it. This boyfriend, is he the detective or which one?
Not that boyfriend, the security guard.
The other.
That, boyfriend? You have several. I'm an old man and can't comprehend this.
It's an open relationship. Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend.
Hey, what do I call my clients whom I suck? Their penis. Anyway.
Care to join?
Very well. The court will take a recession for her to blow me in the bathroom.
The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants.
I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. I've had enough fish today.
Darn. And I thought I could get you on my payroll too. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying.
Bam!
That's awesome. Love it. Love to see it.
The security guard room is in the
Okay,
lot
let's
in
see.
A block.
Now press the 4 statement, so the next one. Oh, so you can see everything.
It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there.
Can I not press this thing?
Maybe.
Do what? Did I already press my accident? Hold on, fuck.
That would be the room with the security. Oh, she hadn't gone back to her. She's still pressing the front on the second. Anyway. That
Yeah.
would be the room with the security sign. The one that was locked by that mysterious lock.
Oh, mysterious.
Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car?
Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime.
Ah,
When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finally home. Through the wire
This-
fence, I saw the chief park. Good.
by Garrett's car, you mean?
Mr. Edgeworth's car,
I'm
yes.
just calling this out to be a dick, apparently.
Yeah, right?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's.
Coincidence.
Wasn't it? I think not.
Oh, indeed it was.
Whoa! Gasp!
What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it was the defendant?
I saw her from no further than 30 feet away.
That's not that close, but okay.
I am certain it was her.
If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Dang.
She knows. She knows. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick.
Witness, in your in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You don't like prosecutors.
They gasp. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie.
Huh? Rookie? This is like my 5th case in this game, so like, come on, come on, come on.
Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me.
Ma'am, I doubt my own mother.
I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside.
She just flipped to her
Just
angry
like
eye.
your mother.
She flipped the hair to the angry eye.
Angry eyes.
That was inspiring. I mean, the hair flip, it makes you want to yell, "Let's go, girls," and kick down a door.
Gaslight, girl boss, gatekeep. I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it, it makes me laugh. Photograph.
Why is she wearing this?
You took this.
The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera.
Yeah, I like to watch back my escapades later.
Right.
It's for my OnlyFans.
For my OnlyFans.
I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck.
I just have to remember not to hand it out to anyone. I almost did that 3 times.
Witness? Why am I only seeing this photograph just now?
You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again.
Oh.
My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs.
Well, this is most certainly the defendant with a bloody trench coat on.
Yeah,
Wow.
for some reason.
Amazing.
Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. The lady that I'm defending. That's her. Unmistakably. Damn it.
So, what was the defendant doing at this time?
The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand.
Let's see.
The picture against this?
I think so. Yeah, the picture of, I guess, not the parking lot, but this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Objection.
And you witnessed this, Miss Witness? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife?
As I've already said, yes. I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch.
I'm sure that is a fine lunch.
But isn't that odd? I mean, look at this photograph. Don't do it makes me laugh. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife?
Look at this graph.
Oh. Mr. Edgeworth, what are your thoughts on this matter? Objection.
That had to be the weakest objection ever, Your Honor. Edgeworth, you got a point in your objection when you do it. Like that one Lost Nights emote, the one that he has the angry point.
You have one of those?
Yes.
Nice.
My finger points.
Oh, yet it was still stronger than your ever feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing.
Objection.
And how can you tell that? Huh?
Blood splatter.
That's
Blood
a good
splatter.
point.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm wrong. Huh?
See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat in this black and white image?
Right. I assume they're crimson. She could have been changing oil, though. You never know. Could have been changing oil. But it's a black and white photograph!
Yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood, or oil, or any other dark liquid. Oh, well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. Oh. No problem, except you. And we're friends, but fuck you.
Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse?
Ma'am, I'm standing.
Ah, you got a better idea, little girl? Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Contradiction, objection. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. That's very, very circumstantial, very just, you know.
It's nitpicky.
It's so nitpicky.
Well,
So
it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies.
yeah, you should apologize. You should, to all of us. You were wrong. That's it? Yeah?
Yeah. If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved.
Does anyone in here know what the fuck she's talking about?
I'm making perfect sense. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go.
You called me fat? What's happening right now?
Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice.
Little girl, shut your mouth.
I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot.
It was the Blue Badger.
The Badger! From 30 feet away, he looks exactly like Lana Sky! She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder.
It was the Blue Badger dressed as Lana Sky. Oh my
Lana
god.
Sky!
Objection! Premeditated? How do you know? How did you know she meditated on it beforehand? Huh? How do you know she
Well,
even
as a
meditated?
Gemini,
Oh, right.
I was able
Clear.
to sense her body
Her
in the
energy.
astral.
Oh, look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Are they cut yet? Does she have a cut yet? Well, those gloves.
Gasp. Maybe they're her Sunday driving gloves.
Gotta keep your hands off the heat of that wheel.
Or like The Good Place. I just finished watching The Good Place like last week or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
This is like, oh, I would never be caught dead at a party with mid-afternoon gloves instead of my evening gloves. It's like, fuck you.
I love her so much.
So, that character was fair.
Oh, surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? Was she a doctor? I think not.
Ah! Ah!
If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Oh.
Ah!
These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Those are indeed her meditation gloves.
If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. Premeditated murder. Serious offense.
A witness, add this to your testimony.
The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it.
Okay, but what about this?
Witness, do you know what this is? This shaving utensil?
Are you trying to test me? I sell box lunches for a living, you know.
What of that proves your capability of anything?
I don't know.
Like,
That's a knife. The knife.
I use knives to cut my sandwiches. Like, amazing.
Okay. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk.
How did she know that? Does she... What? I mean, I guess...
Eh.
I don't know. Does she?
Oh,
She knows.
indeed,
She knows.
it is my knife.
What's What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are prosecutors bad people?
Mommy?
Wait. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony.
What's that, rookie?
In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder. And that's why she was wearing those special gloves.
Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning.
However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon. Eh?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Sure you say that a lot.
Oh.
That face you made, was that perhaps the open? Anyway. Oh boy. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. And that's lesson number 1. You don't forget the weapon. Plan a murder,
smart.
don't forget the weapon.
You remember we were doing the Lost Order and like the character died and we're like, that was way too sexual.
Sorry. I mean, I do kind of read porn books for a living.
Hell yeah.
Order, order, order.
Great, now the tide is turning in our favor.
Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free.
How do you figure on that? Because she's still like the prime fucking suspect. So we're a long way. We're a long way from being anywhere on this.
All right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie.
Fucking laugh.
What? What?
Oh, I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide had turned like some kind of fucking rookie.
It's like he can read my mind.
Yeah, you're like,
I just thought that.
Oh, not over such a trifling detail.
But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Oh, bah. The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. Oh. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there, that prostitute. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution need prove. Nothing else.
Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now.
Oh, Daddy tells me so.
But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing?
I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Oh, witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought, dumbass.
How dare you?
How dare I?
My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated.
Really now? Huh. Alright.
Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again.
The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it?
So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy?
Probably. Knowing you, probably.
Scientifically speaking?
In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Okay. Alright, so let's 1, 2, 3, this one.
Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again.
Where's my
What again?
autopsy report?
I think it's close to the front.
One knife
There.
wound, son.
Hey!
Let's do it.
You say she stabbed him again and again. Like I'm sure you're used to getting stabbed again and again.
With pointy knives, yes.
Penises. But you couldn't have witnessed that.
Are you testing me? Then I'll test you.
You like want to go out back or something, or like what? Right now? Oh wait. Sorry.
With this package, my Moss surprise. Why? Who in the kale smoothie
Excuse
would
me?
eat a Moss surprise?
What the fuck?
I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Star. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy...
He's fucking calling it out. What a damn son.
Yeah.
The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. You're right. A good show, Mr. Edgeworth.
What a hunk. He's my hero, really.
Bailiff, get this horny teen out of here. What the fuck?
Edgeworth really said they're besmirching my reputation, and so I must reclaim it. Oh.
Yeah, he's like, I can't let Phoenix be smarter than me, so I have to call it out first.
Right.
I'm like, what about my objection? I pointed at stuff no one noticed. What the shit, dude? I mean, come on. Come on. Come on.
Well, witness,
You got the crime scene set, right?
Oh yes, with the one stab wound, you dumb bitch.
Yes, the ketchup looks like blood, doesn't it?
Thanks.
I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood.
Excuse me now?
But now I realize that such mistakes are possible.
Excuse me now?
Oh, so you're saying you mistook something for blood?
Was she changing her oil?
I guess. When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw the blood at her breast.
Oh, so you two were looking at anyway. Continuing on.
Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him at least twice.
He stabbed himself. She tried to wrestle it away from him. She cut her hand into her own blood on the thing. All right, continuing on. Fuck, wrong voice.
Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify.
Blink.
Testify.
Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was.
Excuse me?
What?
Excuse me?
What?
Miss Star, I demand an explanation.
Oh, the witness is clearly not suited for detective work.
What?
The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. You've proved it yourself with this photograph.
Look at this graph. Huh? But how could that be?
Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Maybe you got your brains banged out. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life.
Burn.
Harsh words, but good words. I liked those words.
In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails.
But that was my objection! Judge! Guys, it was me!
What was my objection? Chopped liver? No one likes chopped liver. Chopped liver, not a
It sure smells like it. But it was there. A scarf. No, not that. But something red. Really.
Oh, well now, where were we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business.
What?
Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that.
Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least.
Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. That she killed a man, which is what I said to begin with.
The most important part?
The part where your sister stabs the victim. That's the part.
Right.
With the knife. That's still a thing. Still.
In the laundry room?
Yeah, and with a candlestick in the observatory. This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. Testify.
After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side.
Wow, new details? Imagine that. Holy shit.
I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot, even though I'm no longer a police officer or have any jurisdiction in this area.
Yeah, like citizen's arrest? Hello?
Yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile.
Yeah, okay. You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you?
I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra.
What?
That's me, Angel Star.
That wasn't a very good metaphor. I mean, first of all, a cobra's a kind of snake.
Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten.
And maybe I do, in the parking lot. Anyway. No thanks. Never mind. I contradict what I just said. Continue.
Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites.
I'll show him my stat card.
What? I'm sorry. Do you have a 9 in intelligence?
A -2 to charisma?
Right. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked me over an oil drum. Oh, kicked over an oil drum.
An oil drum? It's hard to imagine. Those things are pretty dang heavy. And you're women, am I right?
Ew. Misogyny. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr.
I've never seen ROWR.
Rawr.
Rar, 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 rar.
Rawr.
Rar.
All right.
Lesson
Well,
3.
is it hot in here? Or is it just me?
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may be excused to the bathroom to go rub one out.
Oh, jeez.
Your
Okay.
cross-examination, if you will.
Okay. Okay, I
After
quickly
the
caught
murder, I
her
quickly
this
caught her.
one. Let's press her on this one.
You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect?
As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time.
Maybe I should press it for more details.
Well, press her.
Press her, all right.
I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. I am very thorough, after all, for a rookie. The Lunchland car was... She was a... Oh, fuck.
Oh, she was a visitor, thus she was parked in a B block.
So you witnessed the murder from here?
That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. I know the scale of this diagram.
Is that correct, Miss Starr?
Yes, that's right.
She's using her nice eye right now.
But there was a chain link fence in front of you. How did you run to her through a chain link fence?
Well, it was I went over it, of course.
Oh,
I'm fast like a cheetah.
in
strike
that
like a cougar.
outfit. Okay, well, amazing. The cough up queen, lunch lady athlete indeed. Must be all that cardio you do.
Mhm. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence.
She's a top, that's why she's good at cardio anyway.
So she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast.
Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. That's, like, pretty damn tall. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Was she a snake and still slithered through the fence? Question mark?
A shapeshifter! I knew it!
Gasp.
Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler.
Yeah, okay. She mentioned the muffler? She say it sounded bad or needed to replace it or... Oh, the clothing, not... Right. What exactly did she say?
If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony.
This was like 2 days ago. Cheeky.
And I have a very good memory.
Squeak,
What's that
squeak,
good?
squeak.
Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler.
Yeah.
Just that one word.
Like, stop, you fiend! Muffler!
Oh, so what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. Oh.
Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone.
Gasp! Emma!
What?
Her phone she can't mean. By phone, do you mean this cell phone? Discovered at the crime scene? Who used that? Is that
the phone? Is that the one?
Yes, of course. Ultimately.
Ultimately.
My memory.
Ooh, bad eye.
It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see.
Really? going to Spawn, it's all about sex and fish, I tell you.
Ultimately.
No, the court doesn't see, Miss Star. I don't know about salmon.
The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall.
Which was not working.
No, it wasn't.
On the wall? Why would you have a phone on a wall?
And why would that be your go-to?
That's right, especially if you have a cell phone. That's right. Near the, I mean, you're in a parking garage, so you probably don't have service. Anyway, it's underground, supposedly. That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall.
Apparently, it was out of order.
And so she used her cell phone. She must not have wanted to use her minutes. Oh, indeed. The emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing witness. That's a phrase I'll never say again. I hope.
Right.
Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? Huh?
Well, her testimony ain't that good, but she sure is witnessing.
You should, of course, add this to your testimony.
The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney.
The things I do for love.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
Okay,
Sort
let's
of.
see.
How she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead.
Let's see. Let's press.
You think you can restate your testimony for the court?
I was going to ask the same thing.
I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies.
You're in the court of law. We can ask you to do literally anything.
The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order, which I totally didn't see because I could not see past the wall.
Right? That's like, clearly.
Right? So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket, which I also didn't see.
Then I sprinted over the fence.
And
Like a
during
madman.
that time, you climbed over the 9-foot-tall chain link fence.
Like
In
King
what I
Kong or
assume
Donkey
was
Kong.
heels, because you're a prostitute.
Right? Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone.
And you saw her doing this?
What is it, Mr. Wright? The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against
let's
Angel
see.
Star, resistance is futile.
So Miss Sky tried to run, huh?
I'm sorry my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright. It must be hard on you defending such a defenseless witness.
Not as sorry as I am.
But she didn't do it. You have to believe me.
Murder was in the room behind the side. Because we caught her explaining the rights to her, arrest her on the spot. So she used the muffler, saw it, she tried to. Oh, okay. No. Go back. Explain her rights to arrest. Oh, wait, actually, one. This one. Okay.
I saw it all. How she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead.
Parking lot floor plans.
Objection, Your Honor. Miss Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky. Oh.
Oh, the witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias.
Well, who would have thought you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? You, who together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago.
Oh, so she's on for both of them. She's out for both of them.
My motives. I've
Motive.
stated them out in the open.
Wow, imagine. Court, did you hear?
I've made this so easy for you.
Oh.
Well, Miss Star, this is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this?
I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up.
You'll be the one with stuff to cough up.
Wait, what?
Sorry. Ahem. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point, which is behind my cat cam, but I swear it's there. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Sky making that phone call. You lying sack of shit.
Oh,
You lying bench.
my nervous sweat.
I believe you see what I'm getting at. You're full of it. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it.
Order, what is the meaning of this?
Simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. Lies.
What? Grr.
And
That's
probably
the liar special.
and probably some stuff from her previous conjugal visit. Anyway.
Oh, that's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie the witness has told the court.
Bitch, I just told you! Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about...
Where she was? Yeah, where she saw it.
Yeah.
Miss Scott tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact, you ask? Nothing. Therefore, it'd be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it.
Pointless to lie. I see. She is in a court of law and should not be lying here.
But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. This, say she did, right? It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. She lied.
No!
Oh, a different location? Oh, where? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one.
Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. But it's not a lie, so I'm telling the truth. Alright, anyway.
Let me ask a question to our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime?
She was an A block, bitch.
All this testimony we've heard until now points in one direction, but not the band. The place from where Miss Star witnessed this crime was here. Security room? With her boyfriend, question mark?
Maybe. She was talking
yeah,
about
that's what I
being
thought.
up there.
This is the only place where she could have been. The only place.
Which makes the angle for the photograph she taken entirely wrong.
That's true, too. Yeah, that's true, too. Huh.
The security guard room. Oh, indeed. The security guard room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. Oh. It's built on the second floor. Oh, it's raised. It's actually above the partition. But again, the angle would have been weird for like a downward angle on it, too.
Right?
Weird.
Oh, it's built
It's
on
almost
the
like it was staged.
second floor, so you can see the entire lot.
I guess her thing is she ran down and took the picture, maybe? I guess? After the crime?
She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone.
Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime and the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr.
How many years have I been getting the better of men?
Probably a lot. You look like a skank.
Ha! To think that the tables could be turned.
The lunch tables?
Ew. Today, a man has got the better of Angel Star.
Is it me? Am I that man?
Who's that man? Who is that man? Is it you? It could be you.
Order, witness. What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better.
I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished.
Excuse me?
And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails.
She's definitely a dom.
The hard whip of justice.
The guilty. Is she talking about Miss Sky? It's because her and Edgeworth fired her, obviously. She said her motives in court, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd?
Oh, you're still here, little girl? I thought I told you to get
Yes.
the fuck out.
No, I've been here this whole time.
Oh,
Why did Miss Star lie? It doesn't make sense.
she's a bad person. Ah,
She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything.
it's because she premeditated the murder.
Mm-hmm. And she has blackmail material on Lana and forced Lana to take the picture.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spoilers. Oh,
Right.
exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. The truth still stands.
No, it don't.
It still stands. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, what?
If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason, unless she's an idiot.
Which I can assure you I'm not.
So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright.
Ah, me? What?
It turns out the idiot is you.
I hadn't thought that far ahead yet, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Who else? You're the one on this path.
Mr. Wright, let's review what we know.
Yeah, can we just take a second, Your Honor? Just a second. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. Hold on. Time out. Recess. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference. But what? What would change?
Ah! It's so painful.
Why? The angle at which she saw the crime occur would change.
The angle? What do you mean?
So basically a child could solve.
I just said it, Your Honor. I really don't. Security guard station's on the second floor, and she would have sort of more of a 3D view of the crime. But on a 2D pic, the angle, it would have been a downward view.
And this is important. Why?
Do we have to spoon feed it to you, Judge?
Ah.
Come on. Phoenix! Phoenix, just say it! No!
Perhaps you'd like to reconsider, Mr. Wright.
Picture. Mr. Wright, Let's review what we know.
We just did this! What?
It would change the angle.
Right?
Oh,
Like,
she
did I
could
say
see
it?
Wait, look,
It's,
the
it's
wall.
the distance. It's
No,
the
the wall.
distance to the
Wait.
crime.
Yeah. How far up the wall does that go?
That's dumb.
Miss Star witnessed the.
We already said this. I said the wrong option, apparently.
Ah.
It's the distance to the crime is the difference.
I guess.
Which is dumb. It was definitely the other one. We were correct, but this is also
It was
different.
both.
Yeah, it's both. Like, thanks, game.
It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime.
Oh, my condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. It's upstairs, you dumbass. I don't see what would change what she could see. Oh.
What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime.
Oh.
Miss Star, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Scott?
Well, witness.
You.
Yeah, that me, you, you.
You. Anger. You ordered the squid wheels, right?
Ma'am, that's a box of rubber bands.
The fuck? It's literally just a box of rubber bands on top of rice.
The quality of my lunch has gone from low to inedible. She must not like me.
I'm just getting that. I'm getting that vibe from her right now. Getting some real negative energy coming in.
Completely unfuckable.
And I'm an empath.
I was bringing a PB&J lunch with fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend. Boysenberry for my boy.
You had to make it fancy, huh? It could just be a fucking PB&J. Boysenberry.
Boysenberry.
Ah. Boysenberry for the boyfriend.
He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the crime scene.
That's really weird, but okay.
But the door was locked.
So you had to run back and around and all the way. You had to run all the way around this whole fucking thing?
Basically.
What? Are you shitting me right now? Yeah,
that's why I had to go through the block.
It's some of this right here.
Yeah. There you go. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block.
I got there 3 minutes later.
Just
That's
chasing music.
That's quite a detour.
It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime.
Are you serious? Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Yeah.
5 minutes, you say? That's way different than what you said before.
Way different.
Whoa.
Ah, this changes things considerably.
But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him.
Say your name!
What? Last guy. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear on my finest plastic spork.
Your Honor, can we get this shit thrown out? Like, are we done here? This is a no. Okay.
This is prime testimony.
You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention.
Are you?
Ta-da! Would you like another caviar lunch?
Absolutely. I love fish eggs.
Objection! Bribing the judge.
Uh-oh, she's gonna poison the judge.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something.
Do I have any evidence to stop this? 5 minutes between the witnessing the murder and the arrest? Think about it! Think about it. Look at what it takes for them to mimic just a fraction of our power. You can make pasta in that amount of time if you like it al dente.
Oh no, a lunch reference. My one weakness.
You can make ramen.
You can make ramen in less. I've got lunch boxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie.
Just like your testimony. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange?
Doctor Strange.
Oh, strange. He's really cool, but he sucks in every movie.
If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor? Go rub one out? Maybe escape? Huh?
Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey, I'm not a criminal. I'm not on trial here. I'm the judge. Don't get the wrong...
I literally made the joke and he did it anyway. Are you fucking serious?
I love how predictable this game is.
But you have the instincts of a killer? Phoenix, my guy. Don't. You want the judge.
Don't pull an
on
Alex
your
Jones
side.
here.
Yeah. But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different.
But this time was different.
Miss Sky dolled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. She was signing autographs, for God's sakes. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable.
Oh, I don't think that word means what you think it means. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth is the next witness ready to go.
Like, what next witness?
Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history as a lunch lady. Oh.
We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright.
That's not a phrase. That's not a saying. That's no.
It sure is.
You don't.
I just made it up.
You don't screw a can. You screw them in the can.
Why wouldn't you?
You don't screw a can.
You screw with a can?
In the can.
In a can. Like the
Finnegan's.
lid?
Finnegan's. Anyway, that was too close.
I'm afraid the cough-up queen has been dethroned and deep-throated. And with...
Oh my god. I think I hurt my throat on that one.
So did she.
And with that, court is adjourned.
Hold it! Who?
What?
Who? Who did it? Who?
Hold it! Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right?
No one wants your rubber bands with packing peanuts, lady.
Well, I have it right here for someone.
Jesus Christ.
That's the one she tried to foist off on me. Dude, good use of the word foist.
Yay! Someone's learning their SAT!
Right? Awesome.
Oh, I prefer not to take the defense team's leftovers. Oh, my daddy buys me only the best. Anything else to say? Oh.
I might be able to save you.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, what?
I have decisive evidence.
And you waited till now?
Oh, what was that? I thought I heard something.
I wanted to be the most dramatic person on the stand.
Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes with some kind of rubber bands or some shit in it?
My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Star.
Ah. Is this your jumbo lunchbox?
That is my large package. Wait. Oh, a triple decker. That's what I left in the toilet today. Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. I was bribed, let's be clear. Let's hear about this decisive evidence.
Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed.
I already am. Let's go. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? What's she pulling out of her box? I mean, anyway.
A gun!
She's just like, alright, bitch! But, oh shit! Who let her in here with this? How did you let her in here with all these food boxes?
I had no one decided.
She's on the stand!
I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene.
Yeah, where you couldn't possibly see anything because you weren't looking at it. You were just running through a hallway. Right, we got it. We remember now. Yeah.
And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up?
No.
2 types of blood were found on this shoe.
Excuse me?
Proved it with the scientific method.
Right? Like, did you fuck around and find out? Is that what?
Indeed. I have a boyfriend in forensics, you know.
Right, I forgot. Oh my god. No joke.
One was, of course, the victim's.
Of course. As it
And the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She cut her hand, dude.
This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
What? There was blood found on that shoe. Why are we just now hearing this? What
And
the
I
shit?
never turned it over to the police, therefore it's invalid. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs.
I'm giving you a 1 star on Yelp. Oh, witness, what's the meaning of this? Oh, why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Oh.
Well, I forgot to plant it. I mean, simple. As I've already said. I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Blech.
Yeah, no, Evidence Edgeworth is like, Edgeworth?
Edgy evidence.
Yeah.
Edgevents. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. So I could plant the evidence.
Oh, and you had blood test performed without my knowledge.
Or any jurisdiction.
Yeah, right.
Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. 3 of them.
Jesus Christ.
This is all a terrible conflict of interest.
They forged it. All these test results, you're about to be thrown out now. Hell yeah.
Right? This
Oh.
would never pass.
In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. Oh.
What?
She's got her angry eye back out.
She's like, I'm saving your case.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law that everyone knows. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I'm almost positive we've disregarded that in past cases.
Yeah, honestly.
We were just like, this bullet casing, and everyone's like, oh, what?
Oh, bullet casing?
In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It
seems... Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it seems so. I mean, Edgeworth sure is celebrating, although it sounds like he made that shit up, because I definitely didn't adhere to that before. So, like...
And he's never pressed Phoenix on it.
Yeah, I saved his life previously with this same bullshit, so I don't know.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh?
Oh. Don't forget, I used to be a detective.
How could we forget?
I only keep bringing it up every 5 minutes.
Right.
As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department.
Right.
As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today.
Oh.
Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
You have to stop doing this. It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen.
This is the same exact dialogue we just had, except I said he was celebrating. Now I said he's looking sullen, so same dialogue.
Parallels.
It seems
It's
so.
uncanny.
Sure. Everything, yeah, sure.
You could at least study some evidence law. Really?
He said there were like 2 rules. We heard one. I still haven't even had the second one yet, so I don't know, man. Not much to study, I don't think.
Prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, here comes the but. It seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged.
I think you misinterpreted what I just said.
And how could I have?
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
Once again.
Okay. So this is the same... Yeah, she's the same stuff you just said.
I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene.
So we need to press on the 5th statement. 2, 3...
And now to the matter. The type of blood type.
one.
The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence.
Let's see. Press this.
Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. Fisticuffs in the parking lot.
3 a.m. behind the Denny's. You ordered the peppered fish guts, right?
Who would ever order that? Who wants
They're
fish guts?
intestines.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe they're disgusting like you. I mean, some like it hot, Mr. Wright.
Oh, I like it hot.
In the words of...
God,
God, what's that band? Fuck. It's like the Power Station or some shit.
I don't know. There's so many bands.
It's Some Like It Hot, I think, by the Power Station. Because they make a joke about it. Yeah, it is, actually. Hell yeah. Some Like It Hot, it's a song all about sex, by the way, but they make a joke about it in, I think it's Family Guy Star Wars. They're like, blow up the Power Station. It's like them playing a concert.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lyric where it's like, some like it hot and some sweat when the heat is on. Some like it hot, but you don't know how hot till you try. So it's a pretty, it's a song about sex, believe it or not.
You know,
Anyway.
I think my hotness is about at a 2.
Some like it hot and some sweat when the heat is on.
Okay, what are we doing here? We're
Some, like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup.
I drink that bath water. I mean, what? Anyway.
Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe and that statement?
I have a problem with the shoe, not the statement. Continuing on.
That's my sister.
And she's legal. Let's remember, everyone. Everyone. A problem? I don't have a problem. I'm a normal guy. I'm just a guy. Guys being guys, am I right? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? Yeah, it needs some extra padding, something like some Dr. Scholl's or something. There's definitely a problem with this.
Objection.
If I'm not imagining things, and I could be, because my head is just all over the place lately with all this sexual tension. I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction.
What? That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie.
Yeah, it's all my sexual energy.
I'd give you a peppered fish gut now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you?
This has to be a euphemism for something, and I don't know what yet. But it has to be.
I'm very confused.
I think she wants to peg me. Alright, anyway, continuing on.
Hey.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say about having the hots for teacher. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence.
I guess like
Maybe inside of it?
The problem with this evidence is here.
Where?
I misclicked. That's my bad.
Oh, take that finger and point it at your own head, Mr. Wright. Oh, got him.
I guess that wasn't it.
Mr. Wright, let's be scientific about this. Examine the evidence.
As I thought, a waste of time. I failed the case. Well, that was a nice break. Let's return to the testimony, shall we?
F. Okay, 2 types of blood. Okay, and the other blood type was which one am I supposed to fucking? Fuck. Hold on.
Maybe the blood that fell on top of the shoe was her own blood, but the blood on the bottom of the shoe was the victim's?
Let's see. Press. Alright, it's the same dialogue. Yada yada yada.
That's a lot of dialogue.
There's a problem.
There is a problem.
Show me the shoe again. I hit the wrong thing. Show me the shoe. Let me sniff it. I mean, what? Continuing on.
That's for the OnlyFans.
Okay, you have to present the blood on the bottom, which is what I thought at first, but it didn't line up the little thing, so I didn't push it.
Yeah. Take that.
I wonder if you noticed. There's blood on the bottom of this shoe. On the bottom. Means she stepped in it. Or like Judo kicked him or something. I don't know, dude.
Don't mess with me, rookie.
Oh, I'll mess with you.
Or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe.
Judge, she threatened me in court. That's illegal, right? Somebody? Bailiff? Anybody?
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 We have witnesses, right?
Indeed. There is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe.
Oh, it makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. Why else would there be blood on a shoe than if you get stabbed with a knife? Oh. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of this shoe? Crime photo, question mark?
I guess, because the blood's on her jacket, question mark?
I think so.
The problem lies and the footprint. Yeah. Yeah.
The footprint?
Yeah. That's right. Note at the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. So much blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Huh?
Bum, bum,
Huh?
bum.
Isn't that strange, Your Honor? Huh? Ah. As you can see, Your Honor, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe, doesn't it, you dirty bitch?
Oh, this picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Oh.
Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? They just apparate up in the air, they just disappeared, did they? Cause, we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort, sir. Not a dang thing. Yeah.
Whoa.
Order, order, order. Well, witness.
What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of a footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint.
That's what I just said. Oh!
That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint.
Think, Mr. Wright, think!
The barrel was turned over. It had water in it. Something, something, something.
Hey! I don't know why it's not there. I wasn't there at the... I wasn't the murderer. Come on now, guys. I'm just good at finding contradictions. I'm what you call a nitpicker, and a guy you don't want at parties.
What? But I was going to invite you to my birthday.
You don't want it. No one likes moral philosophy professors.
Oh, I see. Now I get it.
Get what? Right, we totally know the same thing, Edgeworth. Let's say it at the same time. 1, 2...
Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. In fish guts, there is one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Oh, think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect.
The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Roar.
Roar. Roar. Roar. Of all the things to recall, that's the line. That's the one that we wanted. That's the one. Yep. Roar.
Oh, I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. Say roar in court? Ridiculous. Oh.
It's ridiculous.
No kidding. She called her hot. In court.
Hot and bothered.
Wild.
Oh, now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty, perhaps?
Oh, that, hmm?
Yes, that.
I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth.
Not sure I like you.
Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory.
You run a factory? What?
I'm a woman of many talents.
Okay. Yeah, well, you run a train on yourself every night. Anyway, let's go.
Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? Well, was it?
No, it was full of oil. The oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water.
So it washed away the footprints, question mark.
Water? What does that mean? Water. I've never heard of water before. I only drink iced coffee because I'm a white girl.
Is it pumpkin spice?
Who drinks water? There's water in iced coffee, right?
Right? I mean, in my iced caramel mocha frappuccino with 2 pumps of extra vanilla,
Oh god.
like,
Oh, God.
there's water and ice, right?
What's the Brooklyn Nine-Nine? It's like, there's water in those little puddles on pepperonis, right? On pizza? It's like, that's green.
Oil.
That's oil. Like, no.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Are you wrong? Are you Mr. Wrong? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? You don't mean... Oh, yes, the suspect knocked over that oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would have become evidence against her.
What? What?
That ties things up quite nicely. A little bow on top. Delightful. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tie her quite clearly to this murder. She tied the shoes, if you will. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs.
Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence.
That reminds me. I need to do laundry later. Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him?
So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe?
Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial.
Mr. Wright, do something, please.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection. What can I do? I'm just, Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it.
Oh, enough. There is no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well.
But Angel Star is on the prosecution side. She could have been lying about the water.
It was actually oil in the drum and it's splashed on her clothing. Who knows?
This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Hold it! Ken?
Little girl, what did you just say?
Bailiff, get her ass out of...
Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side?
What good ears you have, Angel.
What sharp teeth you have!
Yeah, exactly. I was like, wow.
Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence.
What the shit? They're making this trial last like 3 hours. What is happening?
Right? I don't know.
We're gonna get through 2 days of this 4-day chapter, and that's all we're gonna be able to do for the stream. This trial has not. It's still going.
Yeah, it's a long one.
Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. Like, just don't tell me that. I don't know. Stop.
You almost won your case.
Oh,
Just let me
the
win.
time for deliberations is past, Your Honor. Any further comments, and you will be held in contempt of court.
Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen.
Ma'am, you gotta stop. You gotta stop using that name. You gotta stop, please. Please.
Look at this.
Is it a fucking photograph? Is it a... How
Look
many
at this
times?
photograph.
How many times,
Every time
Nickelback?
I do
What
it
the
makes
shit,
me
game?
laugh. Dun dun dun.
Oh shit, really? Weird, but okay.
Okay, but here's another thing. She said that Lana had stabbed him multiple times, but she has a photograph of the one singular stab wound.
And didn't she
and
say
it
at
looks
first? Somebody said they stabbed him on the stomach, and it's like the chest, stomach, and
Yeah.
Is there like
Yeah.
something stuffed in the tailpipe, by the way?
Yeah, see? Muffler.
Oh.
And also that shoe
muffler?
isn't Lana's shoe. That is his shoe.
Oh shit, dude.
If the shoe doesn't fit, you must quit.
Yeah, right.
A photograph? I've heard of these before.
I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest.
You just had more evidence just in case, huh? Okay.
That the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. Oh, okay. She was saying it belonged to the victim. Okay.
I see no room for error in this evidence.
What's in the muffler? Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt in this photo.
Whose ass is fault? What? Hold on, wait, what?
Hey.
Hey!
Oh yeah.
Hey!
Hey.
It's clearly wet!
Hey.
Hey! Pete! Hey, Pete! Talk about your profile.
Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind.
You don't even have a jury.
Immediately after the murders, the crime scene was washed with water.
But that's a contradiction. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all.
Yes, you're useless, little girl.
It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seemed this is what your sister wanted anyway. Wait. I'm sorry, Mia. My hot former boss who I was super hot for.
Oh my god. I have to bust out my Mia voice.
Yeah, do it.
Right. Wet or not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel.
Why
She
is
was
that so
very
suggestive.
Yeah, she was always very sultry. She was the hot chick.
Nice.
It
Now
was like,
there's two
oh,
hot chicks.
you know, I was like,
Ew, Mr. Wright.
yeah.
Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end.
I love how she's like a spirit guide.
Yeah, right. He's dead. This is the
And yet
last
she's
piece of evidence.
Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. You know, one
Hold
that's,
it.
you know, it'd be great. I'd love to declare one.
Objection, Your Honor. Your Honor, wait. Just wait. Wait. Wait.
But wait,
Wait.
there's more.
Wait.
What is it with you people? Can't I hand down my verdicts in peace anymore?
What do you mean, you people?
Whatever it is, can it wait? It's time for my nap.
Time for nappies.
No, it can't. Then it'll be too late if I wait. I cannot wait, for it'll be far too late to wait.
Rhyming.
Look at this photo! The last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration.
So, right, let me get this fucking straight right now. Are you saying there's a problem with the latest piece of evidence?
Yeah! I'll think later. That's what I do best. I think later. I object first, think later. Yeah, there's a problem, alright. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. I've got to. It's my only shot.
I suppose we've come this far. You've kept me up past my soaps. We should go ahead and give every claim a fair shake. Anyway. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph.
Is it the...
Yeah, point out the muffler.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I think so.
Yeah.
The problem with this photograph is here.
Oh, what's this?
Also, if you didn't have your opacity set, would you even be able to see that question mark?
I'm not sure.
Because the default setting for at least the original chapters was a non-see-through text box.
Huh.
So, question.
Yeah, so that would be a problem.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, there's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, Your Honor. You just said muffler. Someone else today said that. I don't remember who.
I wonder who.
However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photograph.
Nah, you dingus, the car muffler, yo.
Oh. A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. Pipe, yes. Laying pipe. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler?
Humph. So what if there is something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case?
Hair flip.
Yeah. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Sorry, Miss Star. But it's not going to be that easy. Nor am I. For all those wondering. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. You said the word muffler.
What?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Perhaps it's what he wants to eat for after the court case. That's what I'm thinking about. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth in the muffler is related to the case.
Cell phone? Question mark? Yes.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Miss Star. Recall your testimony for the court.
Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Muffler. Ugh. Yeah.
Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe, commonly referred to as a muffler?
Right.
If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence.
Oh. Whoa! The
Ma'am?
screaming is so weird.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Well, it seems we will have to suspend the proceedings.
Suspend?
Amogus? Sus? Amogus?
If I find myself, I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth, could it somehow turn over this case that said she murdered that man? What's that cloth all about? That's what I'm wondering. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. Bring it to me. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? This is not a question, this is a statement. I'm the judge.
Oh, I suppose so.
That was close. But, we made it. At least for now. Until the next one.
This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all, and this witness brought me food.
He's still hungry.
Like, where does he put it? His hollow leg?
That's all caviar is what he had before anyway.
Right?
Like,
And a lot of rice. Rice is filling.
That's true.
To be continued.
Whew.
Hey, you made it to the saving point.
Jesus Christ. Honestly, we might just call it there and do it again next time. So we're halfway through it. You know?
Yeah.
Jeez,
Like,
that took
that's good.
forever. Took forever. Oh my god. I mean, it always does because you're actually reading everything out loud, but geez, that court case lasted forever. Oh my god.
Uh-huh. Like,
So-
do you usually finish these cases in one stream?
I thought I remembered finishing a chapter.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Kiki. You want us to keep going? Is that what you want? So we're gonna get through like a day of investigation, and then we're gonna have to bail on the. I don't know. It's up to you, GameCatcher. How long are you good to stream for?
I'm good until like 8.
Because see, it's already like 6:45. So I mean, it's not.
Uh-huh.
There's no way we can do the other half of this game by 8 o'clock. There's no way.
Right.
And
like the more that we do from this point, the more it's taking away from next time.
right, because like it's better off to jump from this point. I would say.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna call it there, folks.
We're in recess.
Yeah, right. We actually are, and we'll schedule out when to do this next. We'll figure out what Saturday works for you and all that. And
Yeah, sure.
we'll figure it out. Let's see if it's a weird time. It's I don't know. Let's see if I know anybody that's streaming currently. I can do a raid to.
Hey.
See if I can raid anybody. Yeah, Kiki, what you think? You having a good time? Having fun? Enjoying the amazing talents of the GameCatcher, everybody? Round of applause for GameCatcher, because holy shit. Way better. Way better. Kiki, what are you doing? Get out of here. Get out of here with that. Yeah, lots of fun. That was definitely fun, both of us doing it, because it's a fun game anyway. But like both of us riffing off each other is awesome. Great time.
Oh yeah, so fun.
Great time. Let's see who this person is. They're on my list, but I don't know if I know them.
Sure.
Let's see. I try to stream some. I try to like raid into my like smaller stream friends because it makes a difference if you stream with like, hey, Kiki is a big fan of your voice there, GameCatcher. Big fan.
Oh, thank you. That makes me real happy. Yeah, I do Audible for a living, so
That's
I
awesome.
try to keep it top notch.
I don't know. That's really cool. You said you're doing like smut books, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, when I first got into it, I got hired by a lot of like Christian romance novelists.
Very interesting genre, but okay.
Yeah, yeah. There was one that read like a oh, how do I describe it? Basically it read sort of like a porn novel, like I forget how exactly I describe it because it's very funny, but my punchline is missing today. But there's it reads like it's building up to sex, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they get to like the final part of it where the sheriff Nick Justice and the romance interest are about to have sex. And then they say the serenity prayer and fall asleep together.
That's awesome.
Right?
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like,
But
well,
it's a lot. But now I'm getting into like reverse harems is some of what I'm getting right now.
interesting.
So those are fun.
Do you have any like for those that might be interested? Do you have any like of like the titles of what you've done work for?
Sure. Like there's not as many that I would recommend right now.
Mhm.
Let's see. But of the ones that are completed, if you like lesbian romance, there's
Oh, yeah.
one that is The Love Pill, a lesbian romance.
Ooh, love pill.
If you like Christian romances, The Zookeeper's Daughter is a good one that I've
That's
done.
so weird. That does not. That is so bizarre. The
It doesn't
Zookeeper's
sound
Daughter.
like it, right?
That is wow.
Like basically the plot of that one is there's a girl who she grew up to be like a hard-nosed accountant,
Mhm.
and her mother was a zookeeper, but she was neglected all her life, and her father, who was also a zookeeper, got eaten by a lion.
Hmm.
And now since her mom's died, her mom's left everything to her in her will, but the stipulation to get the inheritance is she has to work at this zoo for half a year.
Hmm.
And she's terrified of it.
Interesting.
So, yeah. And The Love Pill is like a spy drama sort of situation where the spy falls in love with the subject and everything.
Yeah, Kiki's definitely more involved with the he's doing down for the lesbian romance. Oh yeah.
Right?
Aren't we all? Let's be
And-
real. Aren't we all?
Aren't we all? And then another one that's finished is The Chosen Child, Tales of Okaya. It's
Ooh.
basically like the apocalypse happened, humanity is dead. There are now furries that have become the current reigning sentient species.
Okay. Okay. Of course. Uh-huh.
And
Sorry, what was that one again? Say the title again.
The Chosen Child, Tales of Okaya.
The Chosen Child. Interesting.
Yeah. And basically there's like 4 different gods that have ruled over different phases of creation. And the god that created the dinosaurs basically wakes up and decides, I'm gonna do some fuck shit. And the main characters are like, the hell? How dare you? That's my girlfriend, you bastard. And it goes from there.
Interesting. Interesting.
But yeah, that one's very furry.
Yeah, I see the title art. That definitely looks furry.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that's really cool though. That's really cool that you're using your voice to make a living and all that.
Yeah,
I need to look into I need to look into that because that would be fun for like a side thing.
Oh yeah. It's definitely more of a side thing
Right.
as you start.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're doing the royalty share, you only get 20% of each sale, and if you don't sign with someone who does a lot of their own promotion,
Mm-hmm.
you're not going to get a lot of sales and therefore not a lot of inflow.
Right, right.
But there are also options where you get the money up front,
That'd be cool.
and like that's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. That'd be cool. 'Cause, I mean, I've got some voices I can do consistently, which I guess you're more or less. Are you really using like your typical voice and just moving a little more dramatic to it? I guess. Or are you doing like a voice for it, or kind of what's your process for that?
Well, I do my normal voice, but like if the main character has a personality, I'll do the main character as a voice and do that for the main narration.
That's good.
And then all the other characters get a voice.
Okay.
I can even do male voices with a little bit of creative editing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You like pitch drop it?
I mean, I can pitch drop it about like 2 to 4 degrees, but like as long as I intone it and give myself a bit of a baritone,
Mm-hmm.
it works out.
Well, that's what even on like some of my On in the Darkness stuff. I could be more
Yeah.
expressive with a more like my normal voice, and then I would
Mhm.
pitch drop it to give it that more because I could hit that voice, but I couldn't be expressive with that voice. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I
Interesting.
do a lot more takes with the men.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's the thing is like I told Kiki and all that last one. I was like I soften my voice and can try to like when we're doing this series, I do the feminine voices. I just soften my voice. You know, I talk
Mhm.
like up higher like that. You know, we'll soften
Yeah,
it
that's
out.
good.
But
Yeah.
it still doesn't. It's still not feminine. Like it's still obviously like me just doing a soft voice necessarily. But
Mhm.
I don't know if you can pitch shift up and it not be terrible. Like I said, I know down is easy enough, but
Yeah, down
um,
is not so bad. Pitch shifting up is like
you know.
it
It gets into the
gets
voice
me.
that's up here like this, then you're like, what the hell, man? You know? Just wild. Absolutely wild. Yeah, so that's my range right there.
That's really fun though. That's real good.
It's
Okay,
it's
so
interesting.
one trick is if you're pitch shifting up, you can tempo down.
Ah, that way you don't
So
yeah, like I know there's a um like if you change the speed on like a video, I don't know, I'm trying to think of how to like the because usually if you pitch it goes faster, right? You sort of like want to slow it
Yeah.
down but go higher.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
because like that's the entire thing with sound waves is that the faster the wave, the higher it is, and the like slower the wave, the lower it is. So
Right, right.
it's a lot of finagling.
Yeah, yeah. I know it definitely would take some to get the right kind of feel you're looking for, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But you've already
Yeah.
got Kiki sold. I think she's going to buy all your books, so there you go.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna be producing some more that are like not Christian romances, so look out for them soon. One's coming at the at the very beginning of next month.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, so that one should be fun.
Do you still
Uh
have any like YouTube stuff up or anything, or do you just take all that
my
down?
my channel is up, but I'm not exactly on it right now.
Right, but I mean, like, if it's if anyone was interested in your old content, they could still find it.
Oh yeah, yeah. If anyone's interested, like TheGameCatcher is still a channel that is up.
I'm gonna post
should
it in
probably-
chat right now.
Yeah, I should probably give it like an update so people aren't so worried because like I was having like a bit of a suicidal crisis
Oh, that's
when I
not
stopped.
fun. Mm-hmm.
It's not fun. So it's like, hey, update 4 years later, I'm not dead.
Yeah, right. 3-ish years ago, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
2 years ago. 2 years ago. Steins Gate. God, 72, 74, huh? Jesus.
Oh
those games
god,
take
Steins
forever.
Gate. I have not finished that. It is so long.
It's ridiculous. Dude, Mass.
Yeah,
I want to
and
play the Mass Effect games on stream. I definitely want to do that.
Yes, I do highly recommend Mass Effect. Like, I still kind of want to play it for the channel, but I got like so tired of being like, I'm gonna play this for the channel. I gotta save this game so I can play it for the channel. I was just like, no, I'm playing this. I need to find out what happens.
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, that's like there's so many games that I bought and was just like, oh hey, I can't play this until I record it because I want to have that genuine first experience for stream or for video or whatever. So you can't get a first experience back. But then that just means that I bought a bunch of games and never touched it. So there's still a bunch of games that I'm like, I want to play. I just need to play it on stream. But then some of these games that are super long, like Elden Ring.
Yeah, they take
Elden Ring took
forever.
150 hours to beat. That was a month straight of streaming. That was always streamed for a month straight, and I was streaming a
Wow.
lot. I streamed a
Mhm.
lot, and to beat that game, it was a month straight of just that. And I was like, man, I'll never want to do that again. I like variety. Variety is much more fun. One game for straight was just, oh, it burned me out.
Yeah, like I do enjoy variety, but like I also do enjoy that like consistent narrative experience. That's what I like most about games
Yeah.
is the plot.
Everything I play is plot based more or less, but I also I try to pick games that are like 9-ish hours in length because you can do it
Yeah.
in 2 to 3 streams, which is pretty reasonable.
Mhm.
Whereas like Mass Effect's going to be like, okay, it's going to be Mass Effect Mondays. Every Monday we're going to play Mass Effect for 3 hours until we beat it 16 streams from now. You know, which is it can be fun and doable, but it's just going to take a lot.
A long time. Yeah.
Any open world games or open ended games like Stardew Valley is one that I really want to play on stream, but there's really no end to Stardew unless you can roll credits, but you just keep going. So like, do I play it once a week? Do I just play it till we roll credits and then move on? It's gonna take forever, you know.
Yeah, basically just play it whenever the mood strikes you, I think.
Yeah, because I know I've been doing like a Wacky Wednesday where I play some random game on Wednesdays, which is nice because if I am doing a game that's a little bit longer, and say okay on Monday Friday I'm going to be playing God of War, well Wednesday throw some random thing in there to kind of help break it up and make it to where it's not the same thing every stream, which is nice for me because I like to have some variety.
Yeah.
Kiki, are you
has enough for a
serious?
shot?
Oh Jesus, do I even have that as an option right now?
Like what? Like
no.
a vaccine or like an alcohol?
No, I have a channel point redemption for a shot, but it's 20,000.
Oh.
But I don't have it turned on right now, so.
Oh no!
I did it for drinking streams. I've done. How many drinking have I done? Probably like 4 drinking streams, maybe 5. I've done a few. They've been pretty fun.
Yeah, I bet they can be fun.
Yeah.
See, I've now broken out of my shell when it comes to drinking, so I'm just like, drinking streams, interesting.
Yeah,
Fascinating.
It's definitely one of those where like I enjoy like drinking beer and doing like the drinking beer per death and all that kind of stuff. But then the punishment shots are what get you in trouble. It's like, okay, I was doing Elden Ring and I said, okay, I'm going to do a drink of beer per death, and then if I fall to my death, if I fall off the world, I'm going to take a shot. And then I ended up on this map that was like platforming. And I was like, oh no. And then I ended up falling, and of course, once you start getting there, you start falling worse. And I ended up with like 6 or 7 shots or something. And it was just like, all right, got it in the stream now, guys. Bye. It got so much worse.
Time to flee.
Yeah, like, okay, guys, I gotta go.
Get me out of here. Oh gosh, I don't really know what my tolerance is because I get too scared when I start feeling like I'm getting tipsy.
Dude,
I've always been real like conscious about, am I acting weird? Oh no, am I being strange right now? Oh, terrifying.
Oh my god, there's one you made a controller out of bananas or whatever. I remember that video.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago.
It was like a what's DJ Mule? What the Box? Classic.
Yeah.
This was back in my
that
era
was-
of YouTube.
Yeah, like DJ Mule with the box, like that was
Yeah.
one of the funniest videos I've ever made, to be fair.
Oh, Alice Madness Returns. I want to play that for October.
Yeah, that one's really good.
Because it's like a hack and slash, but it's still a horror, so it's more like my speed of I'm not a big survival horror kind of guy. But any kind of like combat but still horror is up my alley.
Yeah, it's very nice. Question. Are you playing it through Origins or through Steam?
It's on Xbox, actually.
Okay. I don't know if it's going to have the same glitch, but there was a glitch that happens when you get the shield mechanic that almost stopped me from playing the game. There's a particular section where there's a enemy that you have to fight where you have to bounce back their shot at them, and without the ability to use the shield, it's kind of extremely difficult and it takes a few hours to beat it.
Yeah, any kind of like counter or ricochet system is always annoying.
Oh yeah, it's extremely annoying. But in the origin version of the game, at least, there's a glitch that causes you to not be able to pull up your shield function.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I kind of had to finagle my way around that.
Yeah, it's actually backwards compatible or whatever. It's on Xbox One, so that's what I'm gonna play it on. Is my
Nice.
intention. Oops, I'm showing a
Yeah.
stream right now. I forgot I had that screen up on there.
Rip.
Oops. I was looking who I was gonna stream. I was gonna raid to, but anyway.
Right.
But yeah, cool. Yeah, I've got lots of interesting games playing and stuff, and but yeah, I definitely would like to definitely I like doing voice acting stuff streams. They're obviously, you see I get into it. I have a good time with it. Definitely love to have you guest more as you're able. And if
Heck
there's anything,
yeah.
any projects you have that I can guest for, let me know. I'll be down. So.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, here's the thing. You like the Phoenix Wright stuff, yeah? Have you ever tried Danganronpa?
I know there's a bunch of those games, and I've seen briefly pieces of it, but I don't know much about it.
It's very much like Phoenix Wright, but a lot more mature.
Always fun.
And yeah, and like the court scenes are a lot more interactive, and it's a lot more tense overall. I really like the investigation aspect because it does not like spoon feed it to you.
I gotcha.
So,
Kiki's
and it
down.
also has a little bit of a dating sim aspect.
Interesting. Always fun.
Yeah. So, oh, what was that? I'm trying to think of what the name of that was. Battle Royale. So
Oh,
you're
yeah.
familiar with Battle Royale?
Mm-hmm.
This is like Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney combined with Battle Royale.
Interesting.
Because the mechanic is you're a bunch of people trapped in a single location, and you are not allowed to leave unless someone kills someone else and
Interesting.
gets away with it, essentially. And until that happens, everyone's trapped. And you have to defend yourselves in a court battle, essentially, so that everyone else doesn't get executed.
Gotcha. Huh. Yeah, Kiki's all about any more content with you, obviously. All about it.
Thank you.
It's always a good time. I always have a good time.
But yeah, I enjoyed this. We'll do this more often.
Definitely. Had a great time. Yeah, and you're on Twitter-ish, and then I shared your channel and any other promo stuff and the audiobooks and all that good stuff.
I don't have any more promo stuff right now.
Okay.
There's some things in the works, but I can't really talk about them.
You're good. Just curious is all.
Yeah, no problem. As soon as I get more audio dramas.
Yeah, definitely. All right, and are you mostly PC, or do you do console, or what do you game on?
I'm mostly PC.
Okay.
I would be interested in looking into more console as I get my own private space.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah, mostly PC.
Yeah, I finally have a good gaming PC, but I am still largely console because my PS4 is my main console because I've got just too many games on it. It's just got too many games on it.
You can't give that up. It's not like they cross over, which is very frustrating.
It's got too many games on it.
That's so many games.
It's stupid. I've got 12 terabytes of memory on this thing. Don't ask how. It's wild, but I did it, so.
Your memory card must be insane.
I've got 4 terabytes of internal memory and 8 terabytes of external memory.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
Ooh, XCOM. I've been interested in that one.
Yeah, all those games are pretty. The strategic gameplay stuff looks pretty interesting. I consider doing that with like almost like the Own the Darkness stuff would be interesting. I think something like that. Since it's kind of cinematic. I don't know. I have to see how it. The big thing is with Online Darkness is I want to find games I can turn the HUD off on, which is not as many as you would think. A lot of them are like, oh, you have to have this on the screen because it's part of the game. I'm like, hey, what if I turn all that off so it's cinematic?
Right?
And if you're not on
Make it
PC where you
pretty.
can mod that off, if you're on console, it's hard to do unless it has it baked in.
Right.
Which is the nice thing about Dark Souls stuff is that it does have it baked in, which is nice.
Ooh.
That's why I
They were
use those
thinking
games.
about the streamers.
Yeah, they were like, hey, you can just turn this shit off and just play the game like you want to. It's like, oh, sweet.
Like, you know the controls.
Yeah,
Who are we
yeah.
to
You
dictate
can't, you
your
can't see the
lives?
can't see the health bar, but I mean, you just swing till they die. So, heal when you get hit. What do you know? All right, well, with that, I don't. There's really nobody small that I know that's streaming currently. I'm trying to see if this person what they're playing right now. If not, I'm just gonna dump off streaming to cruise and move on with my life.
Fair.
She's always fun. And she's like a big streamer though. She's not or even Ray streaming, but it's those ones where like you raid and like nothing happens. You're like, ah, yes, you are too big for me.
Aw.
I've been raiding Andrew a lot lately too. Andrew's plays a lot of Pokemon.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that he's been finding some success with that.
Yeah, he definitely enjoys it. It looks like, and he's been having a good time with it. And props to him for picking a game or at least a genre or series and sticking with it. Because like I said, I was like, I'm gonna be a Dark Souls channel and play Dark Souls straight for like Dark Souls and Elden Ring, and then was immediately just like, all right, variety, let's go. And I have not.
I got bored with that shit.
Yeah, it's just like I enjoy it, but man, there is so much fun story stuff to play on stream that I'm like, there are games, so many games that I have saved to play on stream that, like why not play them? It's the whole point why I saved them.
Sometimes you wanna have fun. Oh, streamers have fun.
That's the thing is I have to have fun with it. If I played Tiny Tina's on Wednesday as my Wacky Wednesday thing, it was the older Tiny Tina's, not the new one. And it did not play well. I didn't enjoy it, and it came through, and I was like, this is what happens if I don't enjoy a game. So note to self, don't do that again.
Oh yeah, like I've definitely had games like that where it's just like I was obviously not into it.
Yeah, and that's what it kills you, because you just it's not enjoyable because you're not talking. You're just kind of like, oh god, and it's just not nothing to riff off of. It just wasn't a good time.
Right. Yeah, same thing like if you're having a bad day.
Yeah.
Even if you're enjoying the game, you're having a bad day. That comes through.
That's always my struggle is like I end up caffeinating profusely to be energetic on stream and be like personable and talkative. But then Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Monday, Wednesday anyway, are work nights. So I caffeinate to be energetic on stream, and then I have trouble going to sleep, and I'm tired the next day at work. And it's just like, fuck. That's why I did last week before last or last week or whatever it was. I was pretty slow at work, so I streamed like every day, and I was so tired by the end of it. I was like, I didn't have my nights to catch up on sleep and go to bed early. It's like, dang.
Wow. That sounds awful.
Because I get up, I work like 6:30 to 3, so I get up at like 4 o'clock because I have an hour drive.
That sounds terrible.
So even ending stream at 8. It's usually 9 or after before I actually get in bed and I have to wind down because I've just caffeinated to stream. And then I get up at 4 o'clock and I'm like, fuck, kill me.
Kill me, father.
Yeah, it's not ideal. But the difference is I live an hour away now, but I live near a big enough city that I have gigabit internet, which is what I've always wanted because I never had good internet ever. And I enjoy the house I live in now, so that's what matters.
Hey, yeah, that's important.
Lived in the middle of nowhere before, and it was the worst.
Bet. Yeah, I'm currently getting ready to move myself. And
Nice.
yeah, we're going to be moving into the southern area of the city, I believe.
Okay.
Although my girlfriend's looking at like other houses potentially that's a little bit farther from her own work. So, fingers crossed.
Nice. Well,
Fingers
good luck.
crossed.
Definitely.
Thank you.
As of last month, I've been in this house for a year, I think. Bought the house last July. But it's definitely, I like being big city adjacent, where I'm not in like the big city, but I can get to it within 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. And I can get any food I want and get back to the house within like 30 minutes.
That's ideal.
Because it's just like, yeah, it's just like it's nice that I'm not in the middle of all of it, but I'm close enough I can get good things and actually do like grocery pickup and get deliveries and stuff, and have good internet, which is a big change, which is very nice.
Oh yeah, just a quality of life thing.
Definitely. So I was like, why, yes, I will live an hour from work because the work is in the middle of nowhere, and I lived close before, and it was terrible. So, and then gas prices like doubled, and I was like, oh, my life.
Oh, this is awful.
This is
all
the
of
worst.
my paycheck is going to driving.
Oh yeah, it's horrendous. It's horrendous.
That's one of the reasons why I'm like, maybe people should be compensated for how far they have to travel to work.
Yeah, right. Like, geez, I mean, if you're working like a construction job or whatever, you get a per diem, for driving and all that kind of shit. It's like, hey, I'm salary. Can I get extra pay for like a live? Can I give you my mileage to work? Like, please.
Please and thank.
Nah. If I work, I work, just normal, 8 to 5 kind of job, on Monday to Friday. But there are days where I end up working over, and if I work a 10-hour day, it's really 12 hours, so I have to drive there and back. So it's just a long day.
Ugh, it sucks. Because driving is work too. That also takes attention.
Well, that's the thing is you have to be awake to drive, because if you're tired while driving, it's so much worse and really dangerous. It's like you need to
It really is.
That's why I have to get up enough to get up, get a shower, and get my head in the game where I'm awake for this drive, because I'm like, I have an hour drive in the dark to get to work, and like I can't risk being sleepy.
Absolutely not, yeah.
I get up and have my coffee, So.
Yeah, like if I'm tired on a drive, like I literally have to cause myself a little bit of pain so I can stay like attentive.
Yeah, I'm just driving like oh, ah. Wake up. Put on a little bit of makeup.
Why'd you leave your keys up on the table?
You wanted to. Oh god. Well, thank you so much. I'm gonna raid into Cruise's stream because I don't see anybody else to raid to, so we're just gonna dump the stream off into that, and we'll call it a stream, and we'll be back Monday with God of War. Hell yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah. Thank you again, GameCatcher. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me.
Absolutely.